for example, for the final. But I'm hoping that that the real genuine football fans, not just the people that go into corporate boxes and so on, this is about young people, boys and girls playing football, really encouraging them to take up the sport. So I'm a bit concerned about the prices that I've heard, and obviously you get a lot of touts that sell tickets at inflated prices as well. So it is a concern, and you're right to raise it.
And let's talk about the event that's going to be happening in Washington, D.C. It sounds, Mickey, like a party that we should be at. The Village People are going to be singing YMCA. We all love that now because of Donald Trump.
There's a surprise.
Yeah, well, there's a surprise. Who ever thought that? And the world's most famous man, President Donald Trump, will be there alongside his mate, the FIFA president Gianni Infantino. And he'll be awarding President Trump with a FIFA Peace Prize. You know, so we're going to miss out on the music, but we could see Donald Trump getting this peace prize he wants. In your opinion, you're a footballer yourself and you played for Chelsea. Do you think football is just becoming way too political now?
Well, politics and football, I don't think it ever went together. In the UK, we're going to have an independent regulator that's going to regulate football. In one way, it's good to get the lower clubs more money. But in terms of this... where it's showboat, isn't it? We're in the USA. They know how to throw a party, and they want to include it in this way. I mean, YMCA obviously is going to be dancing, but really, I just don't get. It's going to be a razzmatazz. At the end of the day, you know, it's football fans. It's about football. Having the Village People there, great. I mean, iconic tune that is. I mean, I'm heading over middle 50s, so I don't look it. But I mean, yeah, I remember that's an iconic song. But obviously, in terms of this peace prize, I'm lost. I'm totally lost. I mean, President Trump said he's stopped 8 wars. Anyway, I don't want to get into that. I'm here to talk about football. I think obviously stroking people's ego is what the FIFA president is doing. President Trump loves this type of attention. We saw it when Chelsea won the Club World Cup. He wouldn't leave the stage. You know, I'm here to talk about football and the football fans. And we've got to remember, the only player ever to win 3 World Cups was actually my friend Pele, who I met in 2008, and we became friends. So it is about football. Yes, it's going to be a razzmatazz, but I want to get down and watch the matches in Canada, Mexico, and the USA.
So, Mickey, you don't look a day over 20. I just want to clarify that. Just for everyone watching.
That's all the lime juices.
Yeah. Now I'm stroking your ego. But I want to talk about the football.
I'm blushing.
Enjoy. I want to talk about the football with you because England and Scotland could potentially play each other. And this is something so many people have been talking about. And England do not win or get into the final. It's so frustrating. What's going to happen this year?
We have trouble scoring penalties from 12 yards. I don't understand that. It's not about they're getting paid £300 a week or whatever, but just by the time you've hit a ball travelling that fast from 12 yards, I don't know how a keeper can save it. But yeah, England-Scotland was the rivalry back in the home internationals we used to have. When the Scots fans used to run on the pitch or dance in Trafalgar Square, even if they got a draw. But that's going to be quite an interesting game, isn't it? England haven't won a major tournament since 1966. My good friend Steve Holland, who was the assistant manager to Gareth and assistant manager to 5 Chelsea managers, you know, he took us to 2 Euro finals, quarterfinals of the World Cup, but we just can't seem to get over the line. It's either the penalties or we're too tired. I mean, if I was earning £300,000 a week, I wouldn't be tired, trust me. You know, we didn't. We play football because we enjoyed the game. So I'm hoping, I'm actually going to put my neck out this time, and I'm going to say England are going to win the World Cup for the first time since 1966.
You know what, Mickey? You've just stolen the last question I was going to ask you. I was going to say, who do you think the world champions will be in 2026? But you said to me, it's going to be England. But it's also quite interesting because you're right. Every time England goes up for penalties, everyone hides. It's constantly talk about 1966. So I do hope that you are right. And what about the England manager? Has he got the kind of men behind him to make it happen, do you think?
Tuchel is a winner. He won the Champions League for Chelsea. He's a winner. It's disappointing that he left the club. He's a winner. He's got a mentality that I like very, very much. Gareth had the same. Steve Holland had the same. But Tuchel, he's won something. And the idea is he's got to get that mentality to the players. And we've seen it. We haven't lost any of the qualifying games. We're scoring goals. Still a bit iffy sometimes in defence. But I really, really think we've got a group of players here, from Saka to Rashford to Kane. We've got a group of players that can do it. We know how to play the game. The days where we were losing against Slovakia and Croatia, so-called third world countries taking us apart, are over. England for the World Cup, if they're 13-2, I'm going to put £200. If I win, I'm going to give it to my local charity in East London, where I grew up in Stratford.
Well, Mickey, come on, England. I hope to have you on when they do finally play. Mickey Ambrose there. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Ella.
Now, back to the Russian President Vladimir Putin's two-day visit to India, where he met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I'm now joined by Dr. Shanti De Souza, founder and president of Mantara Institute for Strategic Studies in Goa. Dr. Shanti, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me this evening. I just want to begin with Putin. He arrived in India and was welcomed by Modi at the airport in Delhi, where they shared a warm hug and also a handshake. How has Putin's visit gone down in India itself?
It has gone down very well. India and Russia, as you know, have been traditional allies. And given the geopolitics and the difficulty in the relationship between India and US, I think Putin's visit was a welcome sign both for Prime Minister Modi, but also for the people in the country. So the optics which are generally reserved for the US president has been evident now with the Russian president. So, and across the party and broad spectrum, there is a huge public opinion in favor of Putin at the moment in India.
And the two world leaders held a joint media briefing a little bit earlier today, where they agreed to expand and widen India-Russia trade agreements. What did Putin and Modi get out of those Delhi meetings? What did you think was most significant?
I think the most significant aspect is they avoided the difficulty in the relationship, particularly when it comes to the oil, the sanctions and the defense deals. The trade agreement has been important because very little attention had been paid by India and Russia on the potential which exists in the two countries on trade. So definitely the agreement which was signed by Russia and India on economic cooperation program, critical minerals supply, pharmaceuticals, shipbuilding, civil nuclear energy, and whole lot of other areas which hadn't received the focus before. And I think the most important part is also the fact that they do intend to reach more than $100 billion by 2030 by following this 5-year economic framework. And I think that's significant and very important. There's also this talk of having more collaboration on the defense. But for me, I think the most important part is the economics, given the fact that Russia is facing sanctions and has been squeezed by sanctions, and India has been subjected to the tariffs by the US. So definitely trade and economics has become the centerpiece, which was not there before.
And Shanti, President Putin said that Russia is ready to supply uninterrupted fuel to India. And this comes despite objection from President Donald Trump. As you said there, he's hit India with heavy sanctions, accusing them of helping them fund the Kremlin war machine. How much of a tightrope is Modi walking as he tries to keep Russia and the US happy, because he's also trying to reach a trade deal with the US? So it's a complicated situation for Modi himself.
Yeah, it is. And at this point of time, I think India is involved in a balancing act. And whatever the trade-offs which will come from the trade agreement with Russia, hopefully will cascade with the deal with the US. And though President Putin has made this promise of providing oil, and India had been buying oil, but has reduced because there is a certain bargain which is working with the US in the background. So I think it's a very delicate balancing act where India is trying to maintain its autonomy, but at the same time, strike a deal with both US and Russia in a way that benefits Indian policymakers. And for Putin, who's basically seen as a pariah because of the Ukraine war, and who himself is trying to do reach out to the US and strike a deal in its own form. I think it's been a win-win situation for both of them in terms of the optics, in terms of the content, and the fact that they also had an informal dinner where they discussed a lot of other things shows that I think the personalities and the optics behind this logic also leads to the fact that there is a US background which both the countries and the leaders are dealing with. So definitely for Prime Minister Modi, I think this has been a significant visit and achievement to show that India is involved in negotiations and is able to take position on issues in a changing world order.
And how does India fit into international peace efforts to end the war in Ukraine? Because we also saw Modi commenting on that. So is there a shift in geopolitical alliances that we're seeing at the moment, Shanti, with this meeting?
Yes, I think so, because India had traditionally had a very strong and reliable relationship with the Soviet Union and then with Russia. But then post-liberalization, right from 2000, US started emerging as an important ally. And the fact that the Trump administration at this point has imposed tariffs on India has put India in a very difficult situation. And thereby there is a balancing going on. And also the fact that Prime Minister Modi has also talked about peace in Ukraine and to end the conflict in peaceful means itself shows that India is trying to play a larger role in bringing end to the conflict. And there are different modalities to do so. So I think the visit discussed a lot of these dynamics and a lot of issues which were important for both the countries. And the fact that there is the US and China factor, which plays out in different forums. And we're looking at an emerging multipolar world order. And these two countries are going to be very important. And thereby the allies and the relationship between the two has been cemented.
Shanti, just one final thought before I do let you go. We talked about the US squeezing India when it comes to buying Russian fuel. Do you think Modi is pretty confident that they don't need to strike a deal with the US by having Putin in India to show him that the Indian economy is strong enough?
Well, I think India is definitely trying to diversify its economy and looking at new markets, and thereby Russia is important. But having said that, India has decreased the purchase of oil. But as you said, most of the countries, including US, which President Putin pointed out, is buying nuclear energy from Russia. Some European countries continue buying oil. So it's just not India which is buying oil. But India is definitely looking at reducing and looking at striking a deal with the US on this. So there's a bargain which is at play. And it depends on the whole host of factors which will play out at different dimensions of how this is going to evolve. But for the moment, I think it's been significant in terms of signaling to the United States and also to the rest of the world that the Russian president is welcome and will be a reliable partner for India. And the defense factor and the security deals which are going to come out of it will be also important to strike a bargain when it comes to the trade and tariffs which has been imposed by the US.
Dr. Shanti De Souza, it was really good to have you on the show. Thank you for your analysis of that India-Russia meeting. Now, the IBA Men's World Boxing Championship has kicked off in Dubai with a bang, mixing big-name performances, cultural celebrations and top-level boxing. Athletes from more than 100 countries were introduced on a spectacular stage. Now, all eyes do turn to the ring as the fights do get underway. For more on this, I'm joined in the studio today by Muhammad Ali's daughter, Rashida Ali Walsh, who is an author and a speaker, and her son, professional IBA boxer Nico Walsh. Thank you so much for both of you for joining me today. It's lovely to have you on set with me. I just want to actually start with you, Rashida, because we talked about the boxing kicking off with a big bang last night, and you gave a really heartful speech during that glittering open ceremony that was just up the road here in Dubai last night. Why is it so important for you to carry on your father's legacy when it comes to boxing and attend these events and speak at them?
Well, first, I'd like to thank Umar Kremlev and the IBA for inviting us for this very special opening ceremony event. I really appreciate what they have done for amateurs and also professional boxers. As we do know that a lot of boxers really don't have a lot of means, usually when they start out. And I think Umar has really been proactive in trying to give these boxers, especially the young ones who are trying to make a name for themselves, opportunities to be able to live their dream and to be able to make a mark in the boxing industry. My dad has a global influence on the world of boxing, but also in humanity. And I'm so grateful that they gave me an opportunity to speak about my dad's influence and how he's still influencing young people and adults alike on the global front, not only just in boxing, but in the world. And I'm just so happy to be able to share my experience with my dad and also his influence on the world.
No, he was an amazing man. And we were saying that earlier. We were saying everyone in the world knows Muhammad Ali, no matter where you go. He was completely international. But Nico, I want to talk to you a little bit because something that you actually touched on there, I touched on when I was researching this event and looking at it. The whole ethos around this 2-week-long festival of boxing is an open-door policy, which is really interesting. So amateur boxers from around the world can come and compete. How important is this for grassroots boxing?
I think it's an amazing opportunity. The professional boxers around the world are seen, at least publicly, as being given those opportunities to win that kind of money. The prize pool is amazing. It's just something that we really haven't seen before, especially in like the States where we're from. We're not used to seeing amateurs compete on that level. So it's an amazing opportunity. And, you know, a lot of the best boxers in the world right now are not on the screen where everybody can watch them. They're hidden in a gym somewhere, and they're the amateurs that are, you know, fighting their heart out. So it's amazing to be able to see this.
Yeah, I was looking at the prize pot, $8.32 million.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money. Do you think that kind of money's warranted? That, to both of you, because I was thinking that, because like you said, it's a lot of money. We don't see, Nico, the sort of volume of money in amateur boxing.
You know, I think that type of money is life-changing. And a lot of these boxers, it will actually change their lives and their families' lives as well. A lot of people realize that a lot of people box, a lot of fighters box, not only because they love the sport, but to get them out of their current situation and change their life and their families' lives. So this means a lot to a lot of these fighters, and I'm so happy to be able to see, you know, all of these fighters from all over the globe compete, but also be able to show the world what they can do.
No, absolutely. But let's talk a little bit about what we've just been touching on there, because what is great about this draw is you see a whole lot of names pop up that we all recognise in the world of boxing. But as we also know, we're going to see these new fighters come through. So is this a time that stars are going to be born and boxing is going to be the new guard out with the old guard? I'm not quite sure what you think, because, you know, I look at the big heavyweight boxers now, and it's a very different scene, isn't it? Alexander Usyk came up. It's been different boxers, and it's gone through its generational change. Do you think we're on the precipice of that in boxing?
I think so. I think when my dad fought Sonny Liston, he was a no-name. No one knew who he was. And he was, believe it or not, very nervous because it was a, you know, experience and an opportunity for him to be able to show the world what he can do. And he did that. And I think the opportunity is also with all of the boxers at the IBA and at this event is that they have just as much an opportunity as my dad had fighting Sonny Liston. It's to show the world what they can do and the opportunity for them to get on the world stage and be able to do what they love.
And Nico, I don't know your thoughts on that, but do you think we're going to see some really good stars coming up?
Of course.
Other than yourself?
No, of course. I mean, the amateurs in boxing today are going to be the pros in boxing in just a few years. So all those big names that we have now, like you said, Usyk, and, you know, you have amazing amateur pedigrees, like obviously Lomachenko's probably got the greatest amateur pedigree in history. They all started in the amateurs. And I wish actually that I was young enough when I started boxing to go through this kind of process where these amateur fighters are fighting, where like I didn't have much of an amateur career at all. So it's a huge opportunity. It's a blessing for them to be able to do that. And like you said, us watching them, we're going to recognize them in just a couple years as being the next stars.
And you're a boxer yourself.
Yes.
How difficult is it? Your grandfather obviously was Muhammad Ali, as you said, the biggest icon still in the boxing world and in the humanitarian world, the amount he did. How difficult is it to live in that shadow, or is it just wonderful to do something that your grandfather did and follow in his footsteps?
It's difficult, and I'm learning more and more about why it's difficult. I think it's difficult because people expect something from me, and I get treated a certain way because of it. So it's a double-edged sword. Of course, my name gets out there quicker than anybody else's because of the Ali name. But with that same, token, I'm getting fought harder. I'm getting judged harsher.
Yeah.
So it's whatever. But it's not just me living in the shadow of my grandfather. He casts a shadow over the world of boxing. You mentioned Usyk. Usyk is the GOAT. Usyk is absolutely amazing.
And what I love about Usyk is we talk about people coming from difficult backgrounds, and Usyk is Ukrainian.
Exactly.
He was sort of like a backstreet fighter.
Sure.
Usyk, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He wasn't primed and prepped like we've seen a lot of the other fighters, and he kind of came from nowhere.
Yeah.
And we talk about the war in Ukraine, he went back to fight there. He's also won heavyweight championships. It's that opportunity.
Yeah, no, I mean, he stands for something. That's why I'm a huge Usyk fan. Not only is he an extraordinary talent in boxing, but he stands for something. He stood with his country, which you can't do anything but respect. But we were talking about like my grandfather casting a shadow on the sport of boxing. The first thing after Usyk won his last title fight was they were comparing to my grandfather. And I was like, how are they still comparing? I get comparisons all the time, but they're comparing everyone to him. And like Usyk, because Usyk has the same birthday as him. He was the same weight. Yeah, they've got a lot. He's the same
awesome.
weight,
Wow.
the same like height and everything. They've just got so many similarities, but my grandfather casts a shadow over the sport. It's not just me. Everyone gets it.
And, we speak about your grandfather, of course, your father. Why do you think his legacy, and he has carried on for so long, like you say, even generations who never watched Muhammad Ali fight know Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And it's just been... he's like one of the big icons in the world that I think about, when people are printed on T-shirts.
Yeah.
Why did he have that influence?
My dad used boxing as a platform to create change. And I think what people loved about my dad, he was a great boxer. There's no question about three-time world heavyweight champion, and nobody can dispute that. But he actually, at 12 years old, he knew he was going to make, if he had that opportunity, he would make a name for himself so that he can create change and free his people. My dad grew up in a very segregated community, and his people, people of color, were suffering. And what he wanted to do was help the people who were oppressed, and he did that with so much grace. And as he, after he retired, he still continued to help people, even stricken with Parkinson's. And he continued to become a peace ambassador, and also he continued to help people who didn't have a voice. And I think that's, those qualities is why my dad will, I think, forever be the GOAT, because he stood for something, like Nico said. Yeah. Usyk stands for things. Yes. There are boxers who, like, Terrence Crawford, he gives back to his community. He came from, a very troubled background. And he's a hero because look what he's done with his life. And so he gives back to kids, and he inspires kids. So boxers who really take kind of a page out of my dad's book and gives back, it's just kind of a way of being able to create change, but also allowing my dad's legacy to live on.
And it's a really special legacy, and that's why it's still with us. But Nico, I want to ask you a question. You're obviously a professional boxer yourself.
Yes.
I want you to give me a prediction, and I think you know what fight I'm going to ask you about.
I have no idea.
Who's going to win the Anthony Joshua-Jake Paul fight?
Oh, my God. Is that a real fight?
In all seriousness,
I know, right? This is the questions that everyone's asking.
I know.
Is it a real fight or is it really dangerous?
no, it's really dangerous. So, like I was saying, in all seriousness, you just got to pray for the health of. I mean, I'm not trying to sound like I'm taking shots at Jake Paul, but you got to like pray for his health because Anthony Joshua is no joke. So,
I actually watched Anthony Joshua fight long time ago when he was in the Olympics.
Yeah,
I remember watching him live. Yeah, well, it was
awesome.
that felt like years ago.
Yeah.
And then, it was really interesting because I saw him come up from that grass level boxing when they're amateur in the Olympics to make it into the professional. So you think Anthony Joshua will have the upper hand in that?
That fight should not go past probably 2 rounds. But I am hoping that, me and Jake Paul have never seen eye to eye. We're not in like the same kind of atmosphere, but I don't want him to get hurt. So, And
are you fighting in Dubai?
Yes, I'm fighting on the 12th.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Who are you fighting?
I had an opponent that pulled out, and then he got replaced. I'm fighting someone else. I watched footage on him.
Are you going to win that 8.2?
Am I going to win?
Yeah.
I'm not a part of that. That money is for the amateurs. They are the ones. They're the stars of the show.
Yeah,
we got they got the 2 weeks. Like they had an opening ceremony. They got the 2 weeks, and then they got a pro event in the middle of it all, and then right after the pro event is the final. So the amateurs are the stars of the show, but in the meanwhile, the pros are going to fight.
I'd love to watch you box.
Yeah,
that would be great. Yeah, definitely. It was so lovely to speak to both of you. Thank you so much, Rashida and Nico, for the time to speak to me. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. And, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International coverage today centered on 3 major stories. Putin's visit to India, which drew global attention, highlighting New Delhi's careful balancing act between Moscow and the West. Also in Africa, the US brokered Rwanda-Congo peace deal sparked both praise and skepticism amid continuing tensions. Across Europe, Eurovision faced growing boycotts after Israel was allowed to participate, exposing sharp political divides within the contest. International media focused on Russian president's visit to India, with American media framing it as a sign that Russia retains key partners despite Western pressure. American coverage highlighted Modi's careful balancing between Moscow and Washington and cast the trip as part of a broader global power realignment. Foreign policy argues that Vladimir Putin's visit to India spotlights New Delhi's delicate balancing act between historic ties with Russia and growing pressure from Washington. The piece underlines how today's today's summit covering energy, defense and also trade reaffirms the long-standing India-Russia partnership while testing India's ability to maintain relations with both Moscow and the US. The analysis concludes that the gathering may stabilize bilateral ties, but increasing Western sanctions can make the relationship more precarious than ever. Indian media covered the visit as a reaffirmation of India's long-standing reliable partnership with Russia, focusing on defense, energy and also strategic cooperation. But coverage also stressed the talks are pragmatic and interest-driven, emphasizing India's foreign policy autonomy rather than constrained by US pressure. Similarly, Russian media framed the visit as a strong reaffirmation of a strategic partnership, highlighting Putin's warm personal ties with Modi and expanding defense and energy cooperation. Outlets emphasized that the trip underscored Russia's global relevance and the major expansion of an already time-tested strategic partnership. The Russian Center Business magazine commented on the visit with an approving assessment, framing it through a business and geopolitical lens. The piece highlights India's warm reception, the symbolism of Modi greeting Putin personally, and the breadth of proposed cooperation, from energy and defense to nuclear and technology projects. It ultimately portrays the visit as a meaningful, forward-looking boost to long-term Russia-India collaboration. International media also reported on the signing of the Rwanda-Congo peace deal brokered by President Trump. And while some hailed it as another diplomatic win for the president, others criticized the negotiations' business-driven style. The New York Times captures a day of jarring contrasts in Trump's Washington. Now, the piece contrasts President Trump's triumphant celebration of a symbolic Congo-Rwanda peace deal, complete with self-branding and Nobel ambitions, against mounting scrutiny over potential unlawful U.S. military strikes. The piece also highlights how, as lawmakers are grilling Pentagon leaders on alleged war crimes, the president promotes himself and diplomacy at a newly renamed Peace Institute. The analysis illustrates cognitive dissonance that defines the administration's public messaging, revealing a presidency navigating peace pageantry amid deepening ethical and legal controversy. The commercial style of this deal was also praised as much as criticized. Amir Tahiri's commentary in Al-Sharq Al-Awsat offers a provocative defense of Trump's transactional approach to global diplomacy. The author used the Congo-Rwanda peace initiative as a springboard, arguing that Trump's instinct to make money, not war, reframes conflict resolution around shared economic gain rather than protocol or even ideology. Tahiri contends that this often exposes the resource-driven roots of modern conflicts and may yield more durable outcomes than traditional diplomacy. And the article concludes that peace under Trump is ultimately a business proposition, and that may not be a flaw. African coverage of the peace deal was mixed. Pan-African outlets stressed symbolism amid ongoing fighting. Rwanda's press praised it as a diplomatic win, and Congolese and regional media voiced skepticism, warning that deep mistrust and conflict dynamics could quickly erode the agreement. All Africa argues that while newly signed U.S. brokered accord offers hope for peace in eastern Congo, it delivers promises but little more. It cautions that despite pledges of troop withdrawal and also economic integration, the deal lacks enforceable mechanisms, accountability and protections for civilians. It concludes that unless both governments commit to genuine justice and cease support for armed groups, observers say the agreement risks being another paper exercise with minimal impact on the ground. Another story took center stage in the U.S., the Signalgate scandal and the findings of the U.S. Department of Defense's own watchdog. The media framed it as a serious violation, stressing that Hegseth shared classified strike details over an unsecured app. Coverage highlighted the Inspector General's clear rebuke and noted rising bipartisan concern over the breach. The Washington Post details the findings, which it concluded that Hexit's use of Signal to share strike plans for Yemen created a risk to operational security, also contradicting his claim of total exoneration. The report highlights other findings that Hexit used the personal device to send sensitive information, timing and details of a bombing, and also violated record-keeping rules by failing to preserve full message logs. The piece notes that the leak has renewed congressional outrage and raised serious doubts about judgment at the Pentagon. Politico highlights how a new poll places the affordability crisis at the center of American political sentiment, including among many Trump voters. The piece includes charts that vividly illustrates these pressures, as we're going to see. Now, the first chart is here. The first chart shows affordability far outpacing immigration, crime, and also foreign policy, highlighting its dominance across demographics. Another chart in this report shows a majority, or the majority, attributing rising costs to federal policy, as you can see, or federal policy choices rather than global factors, underscoring deep frustration. Together, the charts support Politico's argument that economic strain is overwhelmingly shaping voter attitudes. In the UK, the media covered the inquiry into the Salisbury Novichok attack by emphasizing its unprecedented finding that Putin personally authorized the operation. Reports highlighted the seriousness of a state-led chemical attack on British soil and the renewed scrutiny warnings that followed. Coverage also focused on the resulting sanctions and political fallout. The Independent offers a stark account of the inquiry, concluding that Vladimir Putin personally authorized, as we said, the operation that killed Dawn Sturgis and also endangered thousands. The piece highlights the UK's new sanctions also and its rebuke of Russia's ongoing hostile activity. It presents the findings as both a sobering confirmation of state-directed aggression and a catalyst for Britain to harden its national security posture. The Times, on the other hand, delivers a forceful account of Britain's push to unlock £8 billion in frozen Russian assets to support Ukraine, framing the move as both a financial lifeline for Kiev and a direct response to Vladimir Putin's continuing threat to UK security. The piece explains that the policy steps and also political backdrop, noting new sanctions linked to the Skripal case and the UK's talks with EU partners to free up to as much as £100 billion. It concludes that countries now see using frozen Russian assets as key to keeping Ukraine funded. Apart from Russia and Ukraine, European media also focused on the decision of Eurovision Broadcasting Union to allow Israel to participate in the Eurovision Song Contest, framing it as a deeply divisive decision. Outlets stressed how it triggered an unusual wave of broadcaster and public boycotts as well. Coverage highlighted the clash between the EBU's claim of political neutrality and growing pressure from countries, arguing the contest cannot ignore current events. Now, overall, outlets portrayed the controversy as a rare cultural rupture, raising questions about Eurovision's ability to remain unified in a sharply polarized Europe. The Irish Times, on the other hand, announced that Ireland will not take part in the Eurovision Song Contest for this year after the European Broadcasting Union cleared Israel to compete. The piece described participation as unconscionable, citing the appalling loss of lives in Gaza and the humanitarian crisis there as well. It notes that following the decision, public broadcasters in Spain, the Netherlands and Slovenia also confirmed their boycott, marking a rare and broad backlash to the inclusion decision. In Israel, the media commented on both the decision to allow Israel to participate and the boycott that followed. The Jerusalem Post argues that European broadcasters' decision to boycott Eurovision mirrors historical patterns of cultural exclusion, comparing it to anti-Jewish measures from the Nazi era. It rejects the notion that the boycott is principled or is a principled stand, portraying it instead as discriminatory and warning that it undermines artistic freedom and European unity. Another story that stole headlines in Israel and the Middle East was that of the death of Yasser Abu Shabab, a major leader of an Israeli-backed anti-Hamas militia in Gaza yesterday. Haaretz contends that his death underlines a critical reality that Israel cannot dictate Gaza's future leadership. It goes on to say that even though Abu Shabab had been armed and supported as a proxy alternative to Hamas, his violent end shows that local power dynamics, clan disputes and internal divisions still dominate. And we'll end with the Palestine Chronicle, which profiles Abu Shabab as the head of a small Gaza militia that was widely known as an Israeli-backed collaborator, deeply resented by many Palestinians for collaborating with Israel. Palestine Chronicle reports that he was killed on the 4th of December in Rafah amid unclear circumstances, but describes his death as a symbol of the failure of Israeli proxy militia strategy in Gaza. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Arabiya English.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia's merchandise trade surplus hits 26 billion riyals in September, boosted by a 21.7% rise in non-oil exports. We'll find out more about that and the continued effort to diversify away from oil dependence. As Aramco deploys Saudi Arabia's first quantum computer, some are asking what implications such computing power could have for cryptocurrencies. We'll be speaking to the CEO of BitGet. We find out more about the Quality of Life programme, which aims to boost livability and innovation in the kingdom, making it a top destination for investment and talent. And animal lovers descend on the Saudi Pet Expo in Riyadh as the event's 4th edition highlights the kingdom's growing pet culture. Straight into our top story. Saudi Arabia's General Authority for Statistics has released its Q3 trade numbers, and these latest figures point to continued annualized growth in non-oil exports, underscoring the kingdom's ongoing diversification as well as strengthening its international trade portfolio. Well, the kingdom's merchandise trade surplus surged to a 16-month high of 26 billion Saudi riyals in September, whilst total merchandise exports rose 14%. Well, oil's share of exports has now fallen to just over 68%. Well, China remains the kingdom's top trading partner, accounting for nearly 14.5% of total exports and supplying just over 28% of total imports. India and the United Arab Emirates are other key export markets. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jamil Ahmed, who is the global markets commentator. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Jamil. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. As we know, Saudi Arabia has been making some pretty transformational efforts towards diversifying the economy away from oil dependency. And this week, we've seen some pretty impressive trade numbers. Can you tell us a bit more about the latest data?
Well, pleasure. So yes, you're correct that Saudi Arabia now for a number of years, like other countries in the Gulf as well, have been making strategic moves to diversify the economy away from oil reliance. And actually what we've seen this week is some very strong export numbers from Saudi Arabia. And this basically ties into the fact that Saudi Arabia economy continues to diversify away from oil and some of the legacy economics. And actually what we're also seeing is We spoke a few weeks ago, and actually for a number of weeks, about Saudi Arabia somewhat being shielded from some of the international economic risks, mainly trade tensions and trade tariffs that many economies are facing for the United States, where the GCC and Saudi Arabia particularly didn't face those tariffs. So I think that's also helped the exports, but the non-oil export growth from September 2024 compared to September 2025, we saw growth of just above 20%. And actually, some of the top trading partners, including the likes of India, including the likes of China, obviously the United States is still in there as well. But you're seeing that Saudi Arabia is now taking more of a, let's say, a stance to impose itself on the international economy. And now you're seeing a lot more improved and enhanced trade with a number of huge trading partners. For example, India and China are going to be up there in a couple of years with the major economies in the world. And it seems that Saudi Arabia will continue to make such progress as we continue to conclude 2025 and head into 2026.
Okay, Jamil, everything you're saying ties in with a pretty impressive PMI reading we saw for early November, which showed strong non-oil private sector growth. Tell us a bit more about that PMI reading.
So it's important to take into account when it comes to PMIs, there's a magic number, which is 50. 50 separates growth from contraction. So you have any number below 50, it's a pessimistic reading that actually the sector is contracting. But in Saudi Arabia's case, the non-oil PMI that came out early in November was above 60. So it's actually substantial and some would say dramatic growth. But for Saudi Arabia's case, it was the best private business conditions in roughly 10 years. So I think you're seeing a number of different themes and factors there tied together, from Saudi Arabia's improved tourism, the number of events that are taking place, Saudi Arabia becoming more of an international hub and so forth. And all of that is tied together to these impressive economic readings. You've got a number of think tanks and institutions that are continuously upgrading growth forecasts and their expectations of the Saudi Arabian economy. But that number there of above 60 for one PMI, that would be somewhat envious if you compare it to what a number of developed and developing economies are facing with quite challenging business conditions in 2025.
Okay, and another number I wanted to talk to you about, Jamil, is the latest GDP reading for Q3. Just tell us, how did the Saudi economy perform in the third quarter?
So for the third quarter, compared to the previous third quarter of 2024, we saw growth of 5%. But if we compare Q2 and Q3, we had growth of just above 1.2%. So for Q2, on an annualized basis, we had 3.8%. Of course, for Q3, you've got an annualized growth of 5%. Again, that shows improved economic conditions over the previous quarter, firstly, but it also ties into what we keep talking about with the likes of the World Bank, the other think tanks and institutions continuing to increase and enhance their growth projections for Saudi Arabia. And it seems that the economy will continue to improve in economic conditions concluding 2025. Also head into 2026. And what I would also point out here is that the growth that Saudi Arabia is showing, which is more than what has been expected, is supposed to lead the region, the GCC, for 2026, where the GCC is supposed to outpace the growth that is seen in other regions across the world for a number of different factors. But I think the continuous investment and the 2030 vision as we head closer towards that date is definitely helping the region as a whole.
Okay, so those are three pretty optimistic sets of numbers you've shared with us there to get us started today. Thank you very much indeed, Jamil Ahmed, Chief Analyst at GTC. Thanks for your time. Let's get a quick check of some of the other stories we're following for you now. The Public Investment Fund says it has sold a 3.3% stake in the Al Qura for Development and Construction Company, which is also known as Masar. Well, that sale raised 950 million riyals, which is about $250 million US. Well, Masar is a major urban development company linked to several large infrastructure and real estate projects. Aramco Ventures is expanding its global footprint with a new office in Paris, where it will oversee European investments in AI. Well, according to the company's CEO, Mahdi Aladel, those investments in French and European companies are expected to total hundreds of millions of euros, driven by rising data center demand. In partnership with the Italian trade agency, the Saudi Ministry of Investment held the Saudi-Italian Investment and Business Forum in Riyadh last week. front and centre at the event were the Minister of Investment, Khaled Al-Faleh, and the Italian Minister for Foreign Affairs, Antonio Tajani. Well, more than 1,500 people took part, together with more than 600 Italian companies. And during the forum, some 22 investment agreements were signed between Saudi and Italian entities in sectors such as telecoms, IT, tourism, and healthcare. Now, in partnership with the global quantum computing firm Pascal, Aramco has deployed Saudi Arabia's first quantum computer. Well, the machine is designed for industrial applications, and its arrival places the kingdom firmly in the global quantum race. Well, some experts are raising questions about the implications of this kind of technology for cryptocurrencies and whether quantum systems could one day threaten the cryptographic signatures which underpin Bitcoin and other blockchain networks. We're going to turn our attention now to the company BitGet, a cryptocurrency exchange platform which offers spot trading, futures trading, and copy trading services. Well, BitGet seeks to make digital asset trading accessible and secure. We're going to speak now to Gracie Chen, who is the CEO of BitGet. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Gracie. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And nice meeting you, Tom.
Now, the GCC is a well-established crypto hub, and I'm just wondering, where does BitGet fit into this puzzle, and what's the scale of your activities in Saudi Arabia?
So GCC, as you point out, is very strategically important for crypto industry, I would say, and it becoming more and more important. If you look at the whole Asia, if you want to name a few crypto hubs, I'm sure some cities or Emirates, like for example Dubai, will be one of the Asian crypto hubs. For example, I think. Honestly, personally, I would say probably Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai are the three major hubs in Asia, crypto hubs in Asia. And then in Saudi specifically, we are still talking to some regulators and see what we can do specifically over there. But I would say in terms of Middle East, generally, it's crypto regulators are relatively crypto friendly. We know Dubai has Vara, Abu Dhabi has is that AGMI? What's the short name of them? But basically, all those regions have quite good and well understood regulation frameworks available for crypto companies, including crypto exchanges, to apply for. We also have an office in Middle East. So that's a region that we actually think are very strategically important.
Now, Gracie, one of the things that BitGet does is to pride itself on making digital asset trading secure. How do you do that, and how do you make the whole process secure for traders?
So after FTX collapse, security, user protection have been much more important than it was before. And we were one of the first batch of exchanges who started to issue proof reserve. That's one thing. We've also established protection fund before FTX collapse. So our protection fund is the second largest in our industry. And how protection fund works is that if any user experienced a hack, for example, or unstable system that they lost some money not due to their own activity, we will use the protection fund to compensate our users. Although protection fund is not used a lot at BitGet because we are relatively stable, etc., and we haven't faced any major hack in our history, but it was used before to compensate our users.
Now, Gracie, there's recently been a crypto investor survey carried out by your team, in fact, for Q3. And I'm just wondering, what does it tell us? And does it tell us, for example, that people are, on the whole, confident in crypto?
When we published that specific report, some key findings were statistically, when we did some research or just some polls with our participants, seems that 66% of those participants plan to increase their allocations over the next 6 months. And also nearly half specifically 49%, expected the next bull run to see Bitcoin peak between 150K to 200K.
Okay, and I just wanted to ask you a bit more about correlations between Bitcoin and the S&P 500 and so on. I'm just wondering, you know, talking about America, what effect do you think the US President Donald Trump has had on the whole crypto universe these last, say, what has it been, 10 months since he took office?
I think it's very multifaceted. On one side, he is definitely pushing lots of crypto-friendly regulations in Hong Kong and in the US, and hence leading the world. For example, Genius Act, the Stablecoin Act in the US, it also, you know, kind of stimulates what we saw in Hong Kong, that they also passed a stablecoin bill, for example. But basically, Genius Act, Clarity Act, all these crypto-friendly regulation frameworks are only here because of the current administration in the US. If you look at the last administration and the previous SEC chairperson, Gary Gensler, for example, you will never see something like this. You will never see all those crypto-friendly regulations. So from that perspective, US is leading lots of innovations, and of course it's already one of the largest markets for cryptocurrency, and hence it will continue to be bigger and bigger in terms of dominating crypto regulation and just leading all those regulations. And then another thing is, if you look at the financial perspective and the market perspective, Wall Street today has the biggest pricing power over cryptocurrencies price. And that's the major change that we see in this cycle, in this crypto cycle. Previously, before 2020, or even earlier, 2014, 2015, for example, probably the pricing power of Bitcoin is around miners, is around exchanges, is around all these crypto projects who, started to issue their cryptocurrency. But today, this shift of pricing power from more crypto native industry to the Wall Street to the US is also a very big change. After SEC approved the Bitcoin spot ETF, we already foresee the whole shift around all these ETFs driving ETFs and also DATs, digital asset treasuries, such as MicroStrategy. Today it's rebranded to Strategy. But basically all these DATs and ETFs are the major inflow of money or of capital into crypto industry.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and for telling us what I think a lot of people already knew, that this administration in Washington is indeed a crypto-friendly administration. Gracie Chen, CEO of BitGet, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Now to some of the other stories from the past week. According to new research, Egyptian businesses are increasingly looking to Saudi Arabia as their next major growth destination. HSBC's new Networks of Capital report says that nearly 90% of Egyptian companies plan to significantly increase trade with the kingdom over the next 5 years. In particular, business leaders point to opportunities in tech, energy and renewables. While a new Saudi-Egyptian investment agreement is also strengthening confidence and accelerating business ties. The Sand and Fun General Aviation Air Show, which was held in Riyadh last week, drew more than 150 industry exhibitors. 18 new investment agreements worth some 250 million riyals were also signed on the opening day. Well, as well as being aligned with Vision 2030 goals, the growing aviation sector is expected to result in a number of job opportunities. Well, with interactive zones and strong youth participation, the show underscores the kingdom's ambition to become a regional aviation hub and a magnet for innovation. Saudi Arabia's olive growing sector is seeing record growth. According to official numbers, national production has now surged past 350,000 tonnes. Well, olives are seen as a cornerstone of sustainable development and food security, making their cultivation align neatly with Vision 2030 goals. Well, the region of Al Juf, which borders Jordan, is Saudi Arabia's olive powerhouse, and it delivers 83% of national output. And Riyadh Metro has set a new global record, earning official recognition from the Guinness World of Records for the longest fully driverless train network in the world. Well, the network spans 176 kilometres, and the six-line system, which includes 85 stations, operates entirely through advanced automated control rooms that ensure precision, safety and efficiency. Now, Vision 2030 was first unveiled in April of 2016, and 2 years later, Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life programme was launched. Well, the programme has the goal of boosting livability, vibrancy and innovation in cities across the kingdom, making it one of the most attractive and rewarding destinations for investment, talent and collaboration in the world. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Salman Al-Khattaf, who is the advisor to the CEO of Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life programme. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Salman.
Thank you, Tom, for your great introduction.
Now, for people who don't know, what is the focus of the Quality of Life programme?
Quality of Life programme is inspired by Vision 2030, Saudi Vision 2030, to improve two aspects of living in Saudi, which are livability and lifestyle. In livability, we're talking about modernizing the urban infrastructure and basic services delivered in the city. From the other hand, we're talking about the lifestyle, which is expanding the access to sport, entertainment, culture, and tourism, and the economy of this experience, and engaging people toward these as well.
Okay, Salman, let's talk about how you're getting on. And there are a number of quality of life targets. Just tell us what's on track and what's not.
Actually, we have many KPIs and targets to be achieved. I can confirm that most of them, the majority of them, were either achieved or exceeded the targets. However, we're talking about KPIs on operational level, on a strategic level, on economical level. And I believe, as we are here discussing on the Real Deal show, I think I would focus more on the economical aspect. So let's talk about the quality of life sector-linked economy, which contributed to the GDP of Saudi Arabia. In 2017, as baseline of this program, these sectors, the sport, entertainment, culture, and urban development sectors, contributed to the GDP by $12.5 billion. Today, we're talking about 19.9, almost 20 billions. So you can see the growth here. Also, the non-government investment would translate that into business language. In the baseline, we were $500 million. Today, the non-government investment reached 5.8 billion. So you can see how this is magnificent, how this is affecting the economy. On the other aspect, we have multiple KPIs toward the social aspect, because we want to balance. We want this program is people-centric at the end. So we need to measure that as well.
Okay, Salman, I mean, just looking back to 2018 when the Quality of Life programme was launched, I mean, in the past 7 years since it was launched, give us a sense of how you've seen the overall quality of life for people in Saudi Arabia evolving. What's been the evolution that you've noticed?
Actually, as you might know, Saudi Arabia has already built a robust infrastructure. And the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, has been the center of business, center of decision-making. So we've built on what we have. That's why you can see the development is going fast, because we have the foundation. We needed to modernize some infrastructure here and there, but the basic infrastructure is already available and strong enough to carry our ambition. What we worked on mostly is the lifestyle economy, because some of these sectors were underdeveloped and needed the attention and focus from the government toward making the right policies toward them, making the business, the ease of doing business in these sectors, improving the people's skills in these sectors. So we have been working on that since 2018 until now. Now I can claim that we have completed building the ecosystems for each sector. For example, you can see in each sector there is a development fund that helps businesses to get the right funding for their projects if the banking system doesn't support that. Also, the right healthy and high-skilled talent are already available. We send people abroad. We give them a lot of training and education in these sectors. Also, the regulatory framework is completed now and ready for investment.
Okay, so essentially these cultural, entertainment, sports activities mean that life in Saudi Arabia is more enjoyable for everyone who lives there. And of course, beautifying the cities is going to mean more tourists will come and visit, because obviously it's a more attractive place to visit. Can you share any economic results or figures from the QL program that illustrate this point?
If we're talking about the job creation, for example, as one of our main measures to measure the transformation that's happening in quality of life, the job market or job number of jobs were available for these sectors collectively in 2018 as a baseline of this program was 290,000 jobs. Today we have reached 370,000 jobs. So you can see the big improvement in these numbers, and we aim to get more jobs supported by the tourism sector. We believe tourism sector is one of the biggest and largest job creators in the world. It creates like 10% of the job markets globally, and we aim to do the same here. So we are on that pathway as well.
Yeah, Salman, I actually just wanted to ask you, I mean, the majority of the population of Saudi Arabia is under the age of 35, and I'm wondering if that's relevant at all to your numbers there on the Quality of Life program.
Actually, that's a good question and a very good angle to look at. We believe that the offerings that we are promoting here in Quality of Life for engaging people in healthier lifestyle, practicing more sport, consuming more entertainment offerings, and get the taste of the deeply rooted in our culture when we're presenting that is very important to succeed and have unique offerings among the globe. So having a youth or young population will help a lot in adapting these things, especially that the new generation looks for new trendy things, looks for a new experience rather than buying stuff or getting new properties. They look for experience, they want to make memories, and these are the core business of what we do here, letting the economy thrive among these sectors.
Now, with regards to housing, how much of a quality of life issue is affordability of housing? Because in Saudi Arabia, rental prices have gone up. There's a rental freeze in Riyadh. And I'm just wondering whether this issue of affordability is directly linked to quality of life, would you say?
As a measure, yes, we definitely measure that. And most of the indices that measures quality of life focuses on these things, such as does your city treated you well in terms of job opportunities, educational opportunities for learning and growth, and providing you with the good solutions with affordable prices when it comes to housing. Yes, that's a very important aspect that we measure. But do we contribute directly to the housing issue? We don't do that because there is a special program in Vision 2030 focusing on the demand and supply and modernizing the market, using the best tools to balance the supply and demand. Maybe Riyadh was a special case because Riyadh has the highest pressure of people coming in, practicing their jobs or moving their businesses to Riyadh or investing new businesses in Saudi. So Riyadh has been the pressure point for housing. And I believe the leadership in Saudi already took care of that by new regulations toward fixing the current issues and setting a pathway for the economy to fix itself.
Okay, and of course, green space is another really important part of making a city feel livable and improving the quality of life for everyone there. What can you tell us about the changes to the green spaces in the major cities in Saudi?
Yeah, through our partnership with the government entities, we managed to plant more than 100 million trees among the program duration. 118,000 hectares being rehabilitated. Projects such as Green Riyadh, King Salman Park will really change the scene toward outdoor spaces. So yes, we invest on that along with other partners, and we believe this is crucial to the quality of life as well.
I want to ask you quickly about Join, which is one of the quality of life initiatives. My understanding is that Join is a gateway for global investors into the kingdom. Just tell us how it's going and what its significance is.
Yes, as we mentioned before, lifestyle economy is crucial, and we really believe that the sustainable development will never happen by government investment only. We believe in the third sector, the business sector, and government working together towards sustainable development. Yes, Saudi Arabia has invested a lot from government aspect in these projects, setting the infrastructure, sometimes delivering the offering by itself, but this is not sustainable, and we believe the private sector should lead the business in people life, especially in lifestyle economy. So QL Joint Investment Initiative is about that, is about setting the scene and promote it to the global investment community to see the opportunities that's happening in Saudi Arabia, to see what are the actual reforms that happened on the regulatory frameworks, on the PPP models, on the partnerships that's happening cross-governmental or with the business as well. And you can see the numbers, as mentioned before. There is a lot of private sector investment happening in these sectors, and we believe and global community could also be part of that, as we are positioned in the middle of the globe. We believe we have the biggest market in the MENA region, and you can expand toward 400 million consumers if you work harder in this area, because we are approximate to the in the center of the MENA region, let's say.
Okay, Salman, lastly, I saw that the Quality of Life program was present at the Lisbon Web Summit. I wondered if you could just tell us about your participation there and what came out of it.
It's part of Joint Investment Initiative, where we interact with the global business community. We are really focusing on digital transformation that's happening in Saudi Arabia. AI and new solutions are the future of investment, let's say, and will ease the people's lives and will be part of quality of life as well. So we believe that being there, talking about the opportunities in Saudi Arabia in terms of investment, in terms of moving your business, in terms of working or finding a job opportunities in Saudi, that's going to be beneficial for both parties. So we always want to be in the center of these kind of events.
Okay, Salman, so I think it's fair to say from everything you've told us that the quality of life in Saudi Arabia is on an upward trajectory according to all of your measures.
Across all measures, yes, we can prove that by numbers. Quality of life is strongly improving right now in Saudi Arabia. If you visit Saudi today and you visit next month, you will see some differences and big improvements. So yes, we are focusing on that, and the leadership wants that, and people wants that as well, and the business finds a lot of opportunities there. So yes, we are on the right track to develop the quality of life in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you're right, Salman. It's always changing, isn't it? Lots of changes underway right across Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Salman Al-Khattaf, the advisor to the CEO of Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life program. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, last week, animal lovers flocked to the Saudi Pet Expo 2025, which was held in Riyadh. Well, now in its fourth edition, the event, which brought together pet care brands, veterinarians, tech startups and breeders, is seen as a sign of the kingdom's fast-growing pet culture. Well, a crowd favourite this year, which was the International Cat Show, where owners showcased their felines for judges to assess their beauty, their breeding standards and their overall health. So that was all happening in Riyadh last week. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week.
Combat ready by 2027. Taiwan says it's time to beef up its defences. The disputed state believes China is preparing to take the island by force within 2 years. Will it? And how would the US respond? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Ons Jabeur, professional tennis player and all-round inspiration. You're opening your academy in Dubai today. How does this moment feel to you?
It's a dream come true, really. I always wanted to have my academy. You know, to be honest, want to start in Tunisia, but in Dubai they opened the doors for me, and you know how they encourage sports here. So it was great to just have my first academy here. I would say create champions. You know, if we can say that. From my region, from the Arab world, I feel like we have a lot of talented people that they can achieve, you know, and be, why not, #1 in the world. So we hope we can do that. It's not about doing a business, but it's really about creating champions.
You've been a very, very successful tennis player from the Arab and African world, ranked world #2, and you've inspired so many people. How difficult was it to get in the top 10 coming from Tunisia?
It's definitely more difficult than coming from like Europe or US, you know. Usually they have the experience with sponsors as well. It's much easier to sponsor someone from that country than from my country, unfortunately. But, you know, I think the tennis is evolving. People start to know more about, you know, the African Arab region, which is, you know, that's what I wanted, you know. So I hope we can change that perspective. I hope I can share my experience with the young kids and really inspire them to become, you know, champions. They are little champions, and hopefully they become big champions, you know. I feel like it's very important to do that for sure.
Ons, you've taken a little bit of a break away from tennis and you're really concentrating on the humanitarian side of things. You've spoken out about how difficult it is for people in Gaza. How are you helping them with your foundation, and is the world doing enough?
It's always not enough. As long as, you know, the war is still going there, it's always not enough. I think every human being deserves to live, deserves to survive. You know, unfortunately we're talking about surviving, which is the minimum thing that anybody could have, you know. And unfortunately, I really hate politics, and I wish we can end this and everybody would live in peace. But through my foundation, I'm trying to help a little bit in my country, in Tunisia, and hopefully in the future in Africa. Through WFP, we're trying to help a lot in Gaza, and there is a lot of exciting projects. Since I'm not, you know, playing right now, I would love to take this opportunity and really speak out more and do more humanitarian things. This is what I feel like defines me. I'm not just a tennis player, but also I'm a human being.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about life off the tennis court. You're due to become a mother. Yes. Congratulations to that.
Thank you.
And I've always sort of admired you because your fitness coach is actually
my husband.
Yes. And I think about how I would work with the person I loved. Ons, how does it work? Is it difficult? Do you fight? Do you want to fire him some days, but are really excited?
I think I fire him every day. No, it was more difficult at the beginning, you know. We didn't know how to work with each other. He tells me to run. I was like, don't tell me what to do, you know, as a woman with her ego, you know. But he's such a sweetheart, you know. He has a strong character, but he knows when to go up and with me and when not. So it's fun to work with him, and he's you know, half Russian, so he has that discipline in him, you know, more. So that helps me, you know, be you know, the woman that I am today, and really thanks to him I achieved to that. We, you know, in Arabic we say behind every a strong man is a woman, but in this case, behind, you know, a strong woman is a man. So he's unbelievable, and I really love this relationship. And you know, we took this decision together to have a baby. We both want to be a parent. It's very tough when you play tennis, but he's very supportive, and I know he's going to be behind me to come back stronger for sure.
And I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, you know, motherhood and playing tennis and how difficult it is to come back, because this has been a question that surrounded the sport for so many years, and lots of women do come back after they have children, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Have you been speaking to other players on the circuit who have done it, and how are you feeling about that?
I did. A lot of amazing women, they gave birth and they came back, which is unbelievable, you know. I've always dreamed of having a baby and coming back. To be honest with you, I have no idea how my body would react. I hope my baby is listening and he you know, gives me an easier comeback. But you know, if I'll try my best, you know, to be ready as soon as I can. And I really, one thing, I don't want to end my career like I, you know, played last few months. So I hope I've just come back and you know, end it in the right way.
So it's good news, me hearing you say you want to come back.
Of course,
because you've obviously taken a little bit of time out, and that was really to reconnect to the game and to find yourself again, because it must be so difficult when you're not feeling that connection on a tennis court. How are you feeling now? Do you think that you've refound the love for tennis?
Definitely, I'm feeling much better. You know, I had to take a break. I wasn't feeling happy on the court, which is, you know, kind of a bit surprising, because, you know, tennis court is my happy place. But I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad that I put myself first. And, you know, with doing that, I'm having a cute little surprise. So I hope that will motivate me even more to come back. I want my baby boy to watch me, you know, play. So that's a moment I'm really excited to have.
What would you say to anyone who's a little bit nervous to come to the tennis court, but they really want to try out the sport or get their child involved? What's the main inspiration behind it?
I heard a lot of, I saw a lot of articles that tennis is one of the healthiest sports. So that's one thing. And plus, when you move in tennis, you move everything, you know. So it's a full body sport. Definitely don't go and play paddle, go and play tennis, you know. And just enjoy, you know, as long as you enjoy with your friends is the most important thing.
Combat ready by 2027, Taiwan says it's time to beef up its defences. The disputed state believes China is preparing to take the island by force within 2 years. Will it? And how would the US respond? This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. technology powerhouse and strategic key to China's east coast, Taiwan has long lived in troubled waters. It considers itself independent. China considers it theirs.
Beijing authorities have set a goal to complete the armed reunification of Taiwan by 2027, accelerating military preparations for aggression against Taiwan and continuously escalating exercises and grey zone incursions around Taiwan in an attempt to force reunification through military means.
In response, Taipei has announced it will boost defence spending by $40 billion and will procure more advanced weapons from the US. But the perceived threat comes at a complex time for the unofficial friendship between Washington and Taipei. The US and China have reached a fragile truce in their trade war. So some analysts question whether President Trump would jeopardise that in order to support Taipei. Further escalating tensions are recent comments from Japan's Prime Minister, saying a Chinese attack on Taiwan would threaten Japan and therefore justify a military response. On this show, we'll ask, is China really preparing to take Taiwan by force? Does President Trump value the status quo, or does he value China more? And is Japan stirring up trouble? Joining us for this discussion from Taipei in Taiwan is Ross Feingold, a political analyst who also serves as director of the Association of Americans Resident Overseas. From Beijing, joining us is Victor Gao, vice president of the Beijing-based Centre for China and Globalisation. And rounding out our panel here on Counterpoints from London is Bill Hayton, associate fellow with the Asia-Pacific programme at Chatham House and author of The Invention of China. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. It's a pleasure to have you all here. In a recent phone call between the leaders of China and the US, President Xi told President Trump that Taiwan's return to China is a key part of Beijing's global vision. Xi said it's an integral part of China's post-war international order. In China's eyes, Taiwan's future is inevitable. And if you look at the activities of several of China's Indo-Pacific neighbours, they appear to be preparing for some sort of escalation. For example, the Philippines has recently signed a defence pact with Canada to boost its standing and its defences in the South China Sea. So, Victor, I'm going to go straight to you first. Is China preparing to take Taiwan by force?
Taiwan is part of China. There is only one China, as declared by the Declaration of Cairo, as well as dictated by the Potsdam Proclamation. These two documents form the pillars upon which the international order was based upon after the defeat of Nazi Germany in Europe and the Japanese fascism in the Asian Pacific region. So the whole world recognizes this policy. And there is no country in the world which can recognize both China and Taiwan at the same time. And we need to be fully aware of this. By defending this one China policy, we are defending the international order established back in 1945.
Ross, you're in Taiwan. How do you interpret what Victor has said?
Well, even if what Victor said is true, there's still a reality that we all have to deal with, and policymakers around the region and around the world who consider themselves stakeholders in this issue. And there's no denying that other countries further afield feel that they are stakeholders. So even if China says it's an internal affair, obviously other countries, not just the United States, but increasingly European countries, Australia, more recently Japan, they consider themselves stakeholders as well. And the reality is that since the end of the Chinese Civil War in 1949, Taiwan and China have been separately governed. That's just a fact. They are separately governed. And the only way to bring about unification would be either a peaceful way or by force. And at the moment, China's position is very clear that they reserve the right to use force. And that's why we see other countries, including here in Taiwan, they're responding to that with their own military moves. Again, that's just a reality. It's not a biased position that I'm stating. I'm just stating the facts that the two sides have been separately governed, and the people are preparing for the possibility that China will use force.
Victor, I'm going to bring you in a moment, Bill, but I just want to get a quick response to you from that, Victor, particularly on that. Unification is either peacefully or by force, because even though you say that it is one China, a lot of countries, particularly the US, do not support a unilateral change to the status quo, which is, as Ross said, they are governed separately. So any change to that status quo, is it going to be peaceful or is it going to be by force?
First of all, we all know there was a civil war towards the end of the 1940s. Allow me to emphasize that civil war was never brought to an official end by any means. That is the reality of the separation across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Now, if China ever uses force, it will not be an invasion. It will be a resurrection of the unfinished civil war. And we want to avoid that. We want to achieve unification by peaceful means. But if, for example, as Ross said, other countries want to be stakeholders, to be intervening in this situation, there will be the resurrection of the unfinished civil war. And I don't think any country in the world, including the United States, wants to shed the blood of their soldiers to be involved in a resurrected civil war across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Let's all work together to achieve the peaceful reunification that all of us want, and let's do our best to avoid the resurrection of the unfinished civil war.
Bill, what do you make of that? If we are going to see a show of force, is it, as Victor says, a resurrection of an unfinished civil war, or is it an act of aggression?
Well, that's obviously the Chinese narrative, is that it's the unfinished part of the Civil War. I mean, the other way of looking at it, it extends from what Ross was saying, which is that in the last 130 years, China has only ruled Taiwan for 4 of those, for 4 years between 1945 and 1949. And you have a very different sense of self, if you like, in Taiwan. You ask people, do they feel Chinese? Among the younger generation, it's a tiny, tiny proportion who say they feel exclusively Chinese. But really what the outside world wants is the status quo. What they're worried about is a change of the situation by force, whether that's an actual invasion or some kind of blockade by China. And if that, if there was any change to the status quo, I think it would unleash a whole series of really dangerous dominoes. I think Japan would try to develop nuclear weapons, and it probably has the skills to do so within months. That would probably trigger South Korea to develop nuclear weapons. We'd have all kinds of unforeseen consequences from China taking unilateral action over the status of Taiwan.
Ross, can you see the unilateral movement from China to reunify with Taiwan, creating that sort of a dangerous ripple effect? Is that something you sense being in Taipei?
Well, whether or not there's a regional arms race, I think, frankly, we're already there. We see that with commitments by Japan and South Korea for significant increases in defense spending. Now, part of that's in response to North Korea. Part of it's in response, frankly, to China. The Philippines is also dramatically increasing its defense budgets after decades of underinvestment. And here in Taiwan, there's a new proposal for a nearly $40 billion supplemental defense budget, which is an enormous amount of money. So I think the key question is not really what would happen if and when China should use force, or would that set off military spending increases? Because, again, I think we're already there. Really, the key question, and I think my colleagues know this, the key question is, should China use force? Would other countries militarily intervene? And that's what caused the controversy after Prime Minister Takachi's remarks about 3 weeks ago in the Japanese parliament, And really, in response to what Victor said about foreign leaders, foreign countries being willing to shed blood, the only thing we could really say about that question is it will be up to the leaders of those countries at the time that this contingency occurs. There's simply no way to predict whether or not the U.S. president or the Japan prime minister or the Australian prime minister, at the time that such an event occurs, would they be willing to dispatch their military and engage in what would be a hot war with China?
Victor, what do you make of that? I mean, jump in, please, if you feel you want to respond to this idea of can you imagine a nuclear-armed Japan and South Korea in response to China's actions in Taiwan? That's a big risk for China to take, is it not?
Allow me to mention, I'm shocked to hear some of the remarks from the other co-panelists. They talk about Japan as if Japan is in the same line with China. No. If you read the United Nations Charter, there is a particular clause called enemy state, and Japan is an enemy state as far as that clause is concerned. Meaning the Japanese government are prohibited from possessing combative weapons of aggression to constitute another threat to the victor nations, including China. And if, for example, Japan wants to rearm and to constitute another threat to the victor nations, including China, the United Nations Charter authorizes the victor nations to take unilateral military actions against Japan without the need to consult and inform the United Nations Security Council beforehand. That means if you look at China and Japan, they are not equal. One is the country which unconditionally surrendered in 1945. The other country, China, is a victor nation, together with other allied countries like the United States. So never talk to me about Japan developing nuclear weapons. If they do that, that will be the moment of their annihilation, because they will constitute threat to China, and China has all the power and the authorization to destroy that new menace from Japan. China will never allow Japan to become another militaristic or fascist country because of the prohibition of the United Nations Charter. And that is part of the condition upon which Japan unconditionally surrendered. And no one should even think about Japan raising its head of fascism again to threaten China.
Bill, do you want to jump in?
I think that's a really good reason for why the status quo should be preserved. I mean, if you don't want to unravel the post-war security order in East Asia, then preserve the current status of Taiwan and carry on with business as usual. I think that Victor has made a very strong case there for preventing a whole series of unforeseen consequences from China attempting to change the status quo over Taiwan.
Allow me to add a point. I think to preserve the legacy of the Second World War is to make sure China is a united country. And no one should indulge in the fantasy that China should ever be separated across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Meaning, to achieve national unity for China is a precondition of preserving the victory legacy of the Second World War. If you argue with me otherwise, you either don't read history or you are misguided by your misperception of the realities of the world. If any one country wants to fight militarily against China to prevent China's reunification, he or she will be doomed to failure. If you ever want to try that, then you are really playing peril for yourself.
Can I ask a question of Victor?
Yeah, as far as the United Nations enemy state clause, many experts do consider that obsolete, and even China voted for a resolution affirming that it was obsolete, and that vote was in the 1990s. So whether or not it still applies is actually it's kind of an unresolved legal question at the moment. But I do think that the likelihood of Japan developing nuclear weapons in the near term is highly unlikely. However, the reality is that Japan is significantly increasing its defense budget. They've been doing so ever since Abe came back as prime minister in 2012, and that's continued under Abe's successors since 2020. They've changed their prime minister multiple times, but it's clear that the trajectory is for increased spending, not just by Japan, but again, as I said, by other countries in the region. So we are in an arms race here in Asia.
Bill, you wanted to ask a question of Victor?
Please allow me to mention something obsolete without being terminated still is not terminated. Therefore, allow me to emphasize for your benefit, as well as the benefit of our audience, that the United Nations Charter Enemy Clause remains on the book, and it can be triggered if Japan wants to move in the wrong direction of rearmament and remilitarization to such an extent that it constitutes a threat to China. China will go to war with Japan if Japan wants to rearm itself, as well as even possessing the nuclear weapon, because that is the right authorized by the victor nations as reflected in the enemy clause in the United Nations Charter. Don't be misguided about the so-called obsolete of that clause. That clause remains on the book. I've checked with the Security Council office just recently, and they reaffirmed the validity of that enemy clause. So don't play with fire. If you advise Japan, ask them to read very carefully.
Bill, you wanted to ask a question of Victor. Go ahead. But I also want to ask you, Bill, does Victor have a point here?
Well, it does. I mean, we're all kind of getting a bit hypothetical here. I mean, my question, my comments about, the next stage all followed from, a forcible change of the status quo over Taiwan. And so in saying that if the status quo does change, then I think, it will trigger a whole load of other moves, by the regional powers, by Japan, by South Korea, and, presumably, wider than that as well. But I do think there's an interesting question here. I mean, given that it's, so long since, China, the mainland, actually ruled Taiwan, I just wonder, asking Victor, hypothetically, do you think that the Irish are a different group of people, a different nation to the British, Victor?
You are completely wrong. The better comparison is the United Nations versus the Confederation. There was only one country, that is the United States of America. The Confederation wants to break away from the Union. And if you test the opinion at that time, probably up to 100% of the people in the Confederation wanted to break away from the Union. Why President Lincoln was ranked as one of the greatest presidents of the United States? He refused to accept that. He wants to use force to bring back the Confederation into the Union. Therefore, as you can see, President Lincoln and the Federation won. The Confederation was defeated. They were brought back into the Union by force, by defeating the Confederation. This is a better comparison for the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. China will never allow breakaway of Taiwan because if you read the Potsdam Proclamation and the Cairo Declaration, Taiwan in its entirety should be returned to China upon the unconditional surrender of Japan. And it was returned. Now, there was a civil war afterwards, but there was only one China. China being separated across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. That is a fact. But there is only one China. And if Taiwan wants to break away from China, China will need to bring them back into China by force, as President Lincoln did vis-a-vis the Confederation. That is not aggression. That is not using force against another country. That is civil war, as the civil war in the United States. Thereafter, the United States has always been one country under God, indivisible. China should always be indivisible after the reunification of Taiwan.
Yeah, but I think if we went back 120 years when Ireland was part of the United Kingdom, And we can see that things change. And if people decide that they are a nation and that they deserve self-determination, well, why shouldn't they have self-determination?
Allow me to emphasize, what the British or the English or the Irish want to do, it's their business. What the Chinese want to do here on the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, it is our business. As I declared just now, there is only one China. If you go back to Ireland and ask your government whether they recognize two China, one Taiwan, you will be informed that they recognize only one China. They recognize that Taiwan is part of China, and China has full authorization as a sovereign country to deal with a part of its territory which wants to break away. And the better principle you need to keep in your mind is what President Lincoln did with the Confederation. Whatever Lincoln did to the Confederation, China has the right to do the same for the so-called breakaway Taiwan province.
That brings me to something I want to bring you in here on, Ross, because Victor says, you know, what happens is up to China, but it's also up to what Taiwan wants as well. And we're seeing China carrying out bigger, bolder military drills closer to Taiwan. It's enacting this kind of anaconda strategy of sort of strangling the island. Is that emboldening people in Taiwan to want to resist China? Or is it making them more submissive, realizing they cannot outfight the might of China?
Well, for many people, it's probably somewhere in the middle, consistent with what Victor has said. People here know that a unilateral declaration of independence, if, for example, the government and the people had a consensus that they were going to change the name from Republic of China to the Republic of Taiwan, and this is what people typically call formal independence. I think people here know that the most likely outcome of that would be an immediate Chinese attack. At the same time, the number of people here who are saying we want to reunify with China on China's terms, which is similar to what China offered or implemented in Hong Kong and Macau, one country, two systems. The number of people here who support that as a short-term occurrence is very small, which means most people here, for now, prefer the status quo. But there is an interesting aspect to this, and it does go to your question. They do have elections here. And over the past nearly 30 years of democratic elections, the electorate has switched back and forth a few times. They've elected more independence-minded leaders, and they've also elected leaders who preferred a closer relationship with China and adamantly opposed Taiwan independence and emphatically believe that Taiwan is part of one China. And the voters elected a leader like that two times in recent decades, in 2008 and 2012. But in 2016 and 2020, the voters emphatically elected a more independence-minded leader. And in 2024, it was a really strange result because the independence-minded leader was elected with only 40% of the vote because the other 60% was split between two candidates who were more moderate when it came to dealing with China. So it actually shows that, at least at the moment, the majority seems to be just wanting some moderation. They don't want to go for independence because they're concerned about a immediate Chinese use of force. But they don't want to unify either. And it seems that now they want to get along with China. I think at the moment, one could say that the public is a little concerned with some of the moves that the government has made that may have inflamed tensions. There are many people who support the government wholeheartedly, but it does seem at the moment that there's a trend to say, well, maybe we need to get along better with China.
When we talk about getting along with China, I guess that turns us to the United States. One of Taiwan's key friendships, I should say, an unofficial friendship and interesting relationship with China recently. Taiwan is a key US partner, though, in the Indo-Pacific. The US obviously doesn't officially recognise its sovereignty, but it does oppose unilateral changes to the status quo, from either side, I should note, going to what you said there, Ross. Earlier this year, though, the White House reportedly discouraged Taiwan's leader from visiting the US over the summer so as not to anger China. This was all happening during the trade wars between Washington and Beijing. So, Bill, that begs the question for many people. Would President Trump compromise Taiwan's territorial integrity, Taiwan's status quo, in order to maintain his relationship with China?
I think, unfortunately, the bad answer to that is only President Trump knows that. But it might be different today than it is tomorrow. But I think in terms of US posture over the last half century or more, they've always seen the status quo as integral to the American position in Asia. And I think from a defense and security perspective, maintaining Taiwan's self-rule is absolutely critical to US national security in a global sense. That said, of course, President Trump has been consistent on two things throughout his career. One is he absolutely hates what he thinks of as unfair trade, and he blames China for that. But the other one is he absolutely hates foreign wars. So whether he would actually be willing to go to war is a moot point, I think, and whether he thinks he could do some kind of deal that would somehow avoid China getting into a war with China and getting some kind of good trade deal as he sees it from China, and that Taiwan ends up being the sort of the collateral damage to that deal. I don't think we can confidently say yes or no, but I think it needs to be factored into any kind of consideration of this three-way relationship between China, the US, and the leadership in Taiwan.
Ross, how do you see that? Is Taiwan a bit of a pawn here in President Trump's game in relationship with China? Does Taiwan think that it's secure under President Trump?
Whether or not Taiwan's a pawn is a topic of endless conversation among talking heads like me here in Taiwan, among government officials, politicians, legislators arguing back and forth about this topic. We do know that the administration, the Trump administration, does include a number of people who are very strong supporters of Taiwan, starting with Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Rubio. So I think it's a safe assumption that he often counsels the president to show support for Taiwan, including things like letting William Lai transit the United States. Given the precedent that exists for these kinds of transit stops, there's literally decades of precedent. It happens once a year, typically. But ultimately, the decision maker is President Trump. That being said, I mentioned earlier this proposed defense supplemental budget of nearly $40 billion US. I do think that President Trump is inclined to approve large weapon sales to Taiwan. If Taiwan is willing to make the money available, then I think the administration will sell a significant amount of new weapons or additional weapons for systems it has already sold. For example, more Patriot missile batteries, and that there's precedent because the U.S. has already sold Patriots to Taiwan. And I think President Trump would simply tell Xi Jinping that we've always sold weapons to Taiwan. You know that. We've not given up our sovereign right to sell weapons to Taiwan. And, to put it more simply, speaking as an American, Americans always support a fair fight. So if this is going to be a war, even if America is not going to send its troops to fight and die, I think America would continue to make weapons available to Taiwan.
What do you think about those weapons being available, Victor? Does that pose an issue for China?
Allow me to make one perspective. We talk about U.S.-Taiwan relations as if, they started from yesterday. No. When Dr. Henry Kissinger made the secret visit to China in 1971, when President Nixon made the state visit to China in 1972, the United States had diplomatic relations with the Republic of China in Taiwan. And the United States and Taiwan, or the Republic of China, had a defense treaty. And the United States stationed tens of thousands of military troops in Taiwan. In order to normalize relations with the People's Republic of China, the United States broke off all these points. They decided to withdraw all the U.S. troops stationed in Taiwan back out of Taiwan. They broke off diplomatic recognition with Taiwan. They even rescinded the U.S. ROC Defense Treaty, which was a domestic law in the United States. They did all the impossibilities in order to do what? To normalize relations with the People's Republic of China. Now, yes, of course, the United States is still supplying weapons to Taiwan, but do you know where will be these weapons after the reunification? Most of these weapons, if not destroyed, will be on display in a military museum, either somewhere in Taiwan or in mainland China. Therefore, if you think that the weapons supplied to Taiwan by the United States will enable the separatists in Taiwan to defeat China, you are indulging in fantasy. The United States publicly acknowledges, in terms of a conventional weapon, the Chinese conventional weapons are not inferior to the United States. They are actually, in many cases, already superior to the US weapons. In terms of other weapons, China's weapons are ahead of the United States. For example, President Trump is talking about F-47, for example, the sixth generation of the Phantom stealth planes. China is already producing two types of that from two manufacturers, one in Chengdu, the other one in Shenyang. And if the United States does not have the supply of rare earth from China, their defense industry will grind down to a halt. So don't think, if you think about the war between China and the United States will win the war. What if they don't? What if they lose the war? Especially in the war close to the Chinese coastline, and every inch of land in Taiwan is fully covered by the long-range artillery pieces in Fujian, in Guangdong, and in Zhejiang. So you are talking about a completely one-sided war if the war ever breaks out. Let's all use our sanity to propose peace rather than agitating for war. The war will be quick. It will be very, very swift, and the result will not be surprising at all. And if you are betting on the wrong side of the equation, what if you are on the wrong side? What if you are on the losing side? That is the moment of truth. We all need to think about it. And China will never take any military action unless it is fully believed, fully convinced it is on the right side of history.
Okay.
What will make China to reach that conviction? To achieve national unity is always the right thing for China to do. And to defend and preserve the victory legacy of the Second World War after defeating Japanese fascism is always the right thing to do. If you're a British or an Australian, don't forget all the atrocities and the crimes against humanity, against your nationals, and humanity as a whole committed by the Japanese fascism in the Second World War.
We're going to come back to Japan in just a moment, but I want to bring our other two guests back in. Ross, it doesn't sound like China's not thinking about war.
Certainly China is preparing for war. The increase in defense spending in recent decades has been tremendous, as has the increase in the capabilities of the branches of China's military. Victor's correct about that. China's technological capability, their ability to combine arms across the different services, whether that's air, naval, or land forces, or their rocket forces, and increasingly cyber and space, is commensurate with how we generally perceive China's rapid growth in its technological capabilities in recent decades. Certainly, if there is a war and the United States and its allies, whether that's Japan or Australia, decide to join, thousands of soldiers and sailors and airmen from every country involved in this conflict will certainly die. This will be not just a drone war. People increasingly talk about drone wars, but this will be fought in large part on the sea or in the Taiwan Strait, possibly on land in Taiwan as well if China successfully makes a landing. And again, civilians will die, soldiers will die, and it'll be a horrible, horrible conflict. That's not, those possibilities, which do exist, they're very real, that's still not going to stop the United States from selling weapons to Taiwan or stop Taiwan from increasing its defense budget. Those are just realities that are going to happen.
Bill, you're shaking your head there. Do you agree? I mean, whether or not the US might step in and intervene, certainly not blinking an eye at supplying Taiwan with some of its most cutting-edge defences.
Yeah, I think the thinking from countries that are broadly supportive of the status quo is that they want to make war unthinkable. And if the more that they can bolster Taiwan's defences and therefore make an invasion either a failure or too costly, for the People's Republic of China, then that's a way of preserving the status quo. So the more advanced weaponry that Taiwan has, the greater the drone numbers of drones, etc., will deter China. And this is really, I think, getting to this, idea, we're going back to Cold War deterrence here. It's really about, what can I do to inflict damage on you that will stop you doing something that I don't like? It's pretty bare-knuckle stuff, really. And when you hear Victor using this 1930s language about, invasions and acquiring, using force against neighbours and all the rest of it, then, it kind of just brings home, the urgency, I think, that people, that the countries, that leaderships feel about the necessity of maintaining the status quo in East Asia.
Victor, President Joe Biden explicitly pledged several times during his term in office to come to Taiwan's defence if war erupted. Do you think that Taiwan can equally rely on President Trump? Do you think that he is as willing and determined to step in as his predecessor was? Because even though you were saying that the US should be worried, Joe Biden wasn't worried. He said, we're going to be there. Maybe President Trump's going to say the same.
Thank you. Each time President Biden made such remarks, he was corrected by his Department of State as well as Department of Defense at that time, now called Department of War, fortunately. That means there is still sanity in Washington, even during the presidency of President Biden. And for the validity of the points made by President Biden, you just need to listen to what President Trump is saying. He says he's an autopan. He does not have brain operating in the normal way. I do not want to be involved in comments like that. But allow me to say, whether the US president decides to be involved or not, the United States will not win that combat if it ever happens across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Therefore, to think about providing more weapons to Taiwan so they can deter China's reunification is indulging in fantasy. That sounds to me as a recipe for ripping off Taiwan by charging them billions of dollars by selling arms, which will not turn out to be effective at all. Why? Why do I say this? If you assume there will be a war between China and the United States, does the United States have full confidence it will win the war? No, there is no such confidence in Washington that if war breaks out between China and the United States, even the total war, the United States will always have 100% assuredness of their winning the war. Therefore, why do you want to believe that Taiwan, which is part of China, and the United States fully recognizes this one China policy, wants to supply weapons, and they will believe that Taiwan, with these weapons, will be able to hold off China if China wants to exercise its legitimate right of achieving national unity? Come on, you are not being that unsophisticated, I hope. Therefore, all the talks about sending more weapons to Taiwan seems to me is a sure recipe of ripping off Taiwan, try to get some more money out of that, and now you are talking about 50 billion US dollars. You will even charge them 500 billion US dollars, and they will still not be able to hold off the almightiness of the Chinese nation if we decide to make sure that national unity will be achieved at any cost. This is the noblest thing for the Chinese nation to achieve in our lifetime.
Ross, is the US just trying to rip off Taiwan, getting some more money by selling it weapons that it can't use and won't need?
That's a question that's also a matter of frequent public discussion here. There are literally tens of billions of dollars of past U.S. weapon sales that have not been delivered. The Trump administration, in its first term, sold Taiwan 66 F-16 aircraft, for example. That sale was announced in 2019. The contracts were signed in 2020. The aircraft were supposed to be delivered by now, and they still haven't been delivered. And now there's talk about, well, maybe next year some of them will be delivered, but not all of them will be delivered next year. So it certainly is a source of frustration here, and it does give opponents to the defense spending a pretty potent talking point to say these weapons are expensive. And we thought the U.S. was our friend, but then we spent the money and the goods didn't arrive. The goods got prioritized for Ukraine, for example, or there was COVID and all these excuses about delays in the supply chain. So, yes, people here do talk about that topic. We also have to keep in mind that the opposition parties do control the legislature. So whether or not Leigh's proposed $39.85 billion supplemental defense budget will easily pass through Taiwan's parliament, that is actually unknown at the moment. He only announced this last week. It's still very early days. The opposition will be under tremendous pressure. Victor, you might not like it, but the reality is the opposition will be under pressure from the United States to pass this budget. And maybe the opposition will say, well, we'll approve some of it, but not all, or we want milestones before we release additional tranches of funding. But again, I do think it will pass in some form, and the U.S. will make available additional weapons.
I want to circle us back to Japan for our final segment here, because Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has sparked a related row with China. She told Parliament that a Japanese attack on Taiwan would also threaten Japan and therefore could trigger Japanese military action. I know we've discussed it in various points earlier in this debate, but I want to focus on it just in this last segment. Bill, I want to ask you, is there any justification to Japan's concerns here that an attack on Taiwan also threatens Japan's national security?
Well, it completely upends Japan's security position in East Asia. At the moment, all of the islands that are off China's coast are, in effect, controlled by governments who have a friendly relationship with the US and are skeptical, let's say, of China. Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, etc. And if that changes, then of course it's going to fundamentally change Japan's strategic position. That's just a fact of geopolitics, geostrategy. So therefore, it is going to critically affect Japan's security posture. And also, as a supplement, any war that involves, around Taiwan that starts to involve United States forces, well, a lot of those forces are based in Japan. There may be attacks on American forces in Japan, for example. So again, that would necessarily impact Japanese security. So I think what she was saying, although it was, absolutely, red rag to China's bull here, was basically, she was just saying the quiet part out loud. Everybody knows this, but you're just not supposed to say it in public.
What do you think about that, Victor? I mean, security postures change, geopolitics develops, alliances, friends, foe, that all changes with time. Why isn't Japan allowed to update and modernize its security posture?
First of all, Prime Minister Takaichi's very outrageous remark is a very dangerous indication of new Japanese fascism and new Japanese militarism. Why? Because ever after Japan's unconditional surrender in 1945, this was the first time a sitting Japanese prime minister threatened use of war against another country. And that country turned out to be China. Now, Japan is strictly, legally prohibited to constitute another threat to China by law, by the terms of its unconditional surrender. We should not forget that. We should always keep that in mind. The terms of the unconditional surrender of Japan to China.
But Japan wouldn't be the first country to change that. That was a long time ago, and what's been written in the UN doesn't necessarily is always adhered to.
No, it's not a long time ago. Japan caused the loss of life, 35 million lives in China. China will never forget the atrocities and the crimes against humanity they committed in China. And the burdens placed upon Japan by the unconditional surrender instrument have no time limit. Japan is always required to be a peaceful nation rather than a militaristic nation. And I told my American friends, remember Pearl Harbor. If Japan can betray its commitments it undertook as far as its unconditional surrender to China is concerned, they can easily betray the commitments they entered into vis-a-vis the United States. And they need to prepare for another attack on Pearl Harbor or anywhere else. Therefore, to make sure that Japan remains a pacifist country is an utmost important thing in this part of the world, and no country, no individual, including our two distinguished panelists here together, we are sharing this panel, should ever allow the danger of new Japanese militarism or new Japanese fascism to raise its dangerous head. It will be quashed before it can be raised against China.
Ross, is Japan more of a threat in the region than China is?
Japan's security concern, first and foremost, is to defend the Japanese homeland. Frankly, I was a little critical of the reaction here in Taiwan to Prime Minister Takaichi's remarks because there were many people here who took it as a commitment to come to fight for Taiwan, which is not really what she said. The most basic essence of what she said was, if there is a conflict between China and Taiwan, it is, of course, a security risk to Japan. And that's true, as Bill pointed out. And they would be on alert. They would be watching. They may have to evacuate Japanese nationals from Taiwan if there's a war, and they would be using their military resources, understandably, to do that. But she didn't specifically say that Japan will come to Taiwan's military assistance in the event of a conflict. But unfortunately, I think a lot of people here in Taiwan reacted that way. And there were Taiwan politicians putting photos on social media of themselves eating Japanese seafood and saying, oh, we should all go visit Japan because Chinese tourists aren't going to Japan. I thought that was a bit of a silly overreaction here in Taiwan. But as far as how the rest of the region views Japan's increased military spending in recent years and going forward, China is certainly critical of that, but we really don't see or hear a critical voice from other countries in the region. We don't see the ASEAN countries criticizing Japan's increase in defense spending, nor do we hear those countries criticizing Australia's increase in defense spending or even the United States' increased interest in deployments in this part of the world as well. So to answer your question, no, we don't hear that message coming from ASEAN countries, for example.
Allow me to make a point. Yes. Before the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, not many people in the United States were critical of what the Japanese government was doing at the time. But then Pearl Harbor happened. So the fact that not many people are critical of what Japan is doing doesn't mean that they are doing the right thing. You need to put it in historical perspective. You need to realize that the current international order we are living in through was more or less started in 1945 upon the unconditional surrender of Japan. That is the pillar That is the Big Bang event. And we are all living in the overshadow of that Big Bang event. Now, if you want to change it, if you really want to allow the rearmament of Japan and the remilitarization of Japan, even if you are not fully aware of the consequences, you may one day be surprised. Look how many Australian soldiers were butchered by the Japanese military. Look at how many British prisoners of war were killed. Look at the long march of death. And look at all the atrocities they committed in the Philippines, in the ASEAN nations, in all the Pacific islands against the Americans, for example. And do you think President Roosevelt said the wrong thing when he said Japan was the country of infamy? Today was the day of infamy. And the Americans will never allow another Pearl Harbor. Why? Because you should never think about the possibility of Japan betraying its commitments it entered when it unconditionally surrendered to raise its dangerous militaristic head in this part of the world. Because, allow me to warn you, that moment will be a moment of destruction. That moment will herald in war, and that moment will also herald in the annihilation of Japan as a country, because they betrayed their commitments. They want to rearm, they want to reconstitute another threat to a country like China, and they will forfeit their right to live as a peaceful nation, as they committed to when they unconditionally surrendered to China in 1945.
All right, let me just get a final response from Bill on that. What do you think? I mean, their unconditional surrender, times have changed. Are countries not allowed to adapt to the changing environment, or is Japan too much of a risk?
Well, I think Victor's bellicose, warlike language is an amazing revelation, really. I mean, I don't think anybody in the region is convinced by his portrayal of Japan, but they're increasingly worried about China's posture. It's China is the country that's the one that's threatening to go to war. Japan isn't. You know, as we were hearing, you know, ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries, other countries haven't raised concerns about what Japan's doing, but they are mightily concerned about what China is doing. And Victor's language today is the language of the 1930s, war, taking territory, you know, fighting people. I don't think it convinces the region. I don't think it convinces the region of China's case. I think it convinces the region that China is the problem here. And I think, you know, that's increasingly the situation that we're heading into in the next few years.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. We are going to have to leave it there. It's been a very interesting discussion. Let's hope we don't have to revisit it with a change of tone anytime soon. But we appreciate your analysis on all these diverse points. Ross Feingold, political analyst and director of the Association of Americans Resident Overseas. Victor Gao, Vice President of the Beijing-based Centre for China and Globalisation, and Bill Hayton, Associate Fellow with the Asia-Pacific Programme at Chatham House. Thank you all for being with us here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and our interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can catch us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Stephen Greenway, hello, nice to meet you, Flyer Deal Chief Executive Officer.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Good morning, thank you so much for being here with me today. I just want to start with some really great news. So this year, for the first time, Flyer Deal hit 10 million passengers a year. The Saudi low-cost airline has only been in operation since 2017. What has been the key to the airline's success as as of now?
Well, a couple of firsts. This year we'll actually hit 11 million by the end of the year, which is exciting. We actually had 2 months where we carried more than 1 million passengers. That was for the first time, so we've never done that before. And we actually celebrated our 40 millionth passenger in total since we started, only 8 years ago. So every month, it almost seems we have a record that we're passing and so forth. I think a couple of things. We're only 8 years old, but what we are doing is we're moving from adolescence to adulthood, I think. We're growing up very, very quickly. So there's a lot of new aircraft coming in. We delivered 8 new aircraft this year. We'll have an aircraft almost every month next year. And it's that growth in the kingdom and us supporting that growth through aircraft deliveries and so forth that's really spurring that on, I suppose.
So hitting milestones, which is great for Flyadeal. And also, you are planning to increase its network, Flyadeal, and fleet. That's threefold by 2030. That's the plan. Have you been hindered at all by any aircraft delays and supply chain issues? And if so, has that impacted planning at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're sitting on 43 aircraft at the moment. 44 comes, I think, in the next couple of weeks. I lose count. And then we're getting up to 100 over the next couple of years. And that's a mix of 320s. New 321s, which will come into our fleet, and 330s, which will allow us to go long haul. But we, like every other airline, are suffering in terms of aircraft delivery delays. Our 321s were meant to be delivered next year, or start to be delivered next year. We won't see those until 2027. So a full year delay on top of already delays. You know, the 2026 delivery date was already a delay on a delay, if that makes sense. The 330s we've got coming in 2027, and as we say in the kingdom, inshallah, they'll arrive on time, but there's no guarantee. And it really, really just impacts your planning. You know, those 321s, as an example, we really wanted to fly to India and to Pakistan because we get better economics and more seats and more range, and we can't. And so we're constantly having to move and modify our plans. But look, we're not alone. It's easy to whinge. I speak to every other airline CEO. Everyone else is in the same bucket as I am, or as we are. It's how you manage it, I suppose, the situation that's absolutely key. And
that's the difficulty, especially when it comes to supply chains and delays, because it's out of your hands, Stephen. But let's talk a little bit about that. You spoke about Flyadeal, and you have quite a lot of new aircraft on order. So 51 new narrow-body aircraft, 10 wide-body aircraft on order, all for deliveries by around 2027. So is 2027 going to be the year of wow growth for Flyadeal and allow for those more long-haul flights like you spoke to me about, India, Pakistan, possibly Europe? So is that where you're looking for the wow growth to happen?
I'm going to describe 2027 as the wow growth year. Thank you. You've given me the tag. Wow growth and sort of scratching my head growth as well. I literally had a meeting with Airbus yesterday, and I was just informed that not only will we get 1 new aircraft type in July of 2027, but we'll get 2. So we're getting our 321s, our first one being delivered in July, and our 330 being delivered in July at the same time. We will literally, from 2027 beyond, we have literally an aircraft every month or more coming into the fleet to get us up to where we need to be for 100 aircraft. So I think that's where we really do amp up. I think your observation is absolutely correct. We're preparing now. We're doing all the basics now to prepare for that. Flight training schools, engineering, technology investments, you name it, to get prepared for that big day where we know we're ramping up quite substantially. But in the interim, we are already starting Pakistan. We have 5 destinations. We're getting on with it. We're getting on with the assets that we have. We don't want to stop growing. We want to continue growing our network. Syria is a good example. India, we still intend to launch next year despite not getting the 321s. We've just got to get on with it. It's not optimal. I think that's probably the thing to say, but we have to get on with the growth, and that's what we're doing.
And let's talk a little bit about India, because as you just said to me, India's Flyadeal is sort of the next phase of growth, yes, if you want to put it in that respect. Yeah. But, you know, so many overseas carriers are actually flying a share of India's international traffic. It's become a popular destination. How is Flyadeal planning to compete with the other big international airlines who are thinking of doing the same thing? Well, a couple of things. Both India and Saudi Arabia, they're in the top 5 trading partners between both countries. So they have very, very strong economic ties. That even surprised me when I was researching. Second thing is we have 3 million Indians in the kingdom, everyone from doctors to street cleaners and everything else in between. So they're wanting to go home, visit friends and family. They're living in the kingdom, they're working in the kingdom, but they obviously want
to go home. You have a huge middle class building in India and wealth as well, and they're wanting to travel. And what we say is airlines in both India and the Kingdom have been unrepresented in terms of market share. That is that third-party airlines via third-party countries are taking traffic, over Dubai as an example, from India to the Kingdom and vice versa. What we're saying is we want our fair share of direct traffic. It's only 5-hour flying time between the Kingdom and India, or 4 on the East Coast. We believe there's enough there. We're offering direct services. And the other thing on top of that is we're also offering a network of 25 destinations within the Kingdom. And so that is obviously something very compelling for someone who was wanting to come into the Kingdom and move around. So we think there's a lot more growth between our countries respectively, and there's a demand for direct services as opposed to going via a third country.
That absolutely makes sense. But India actually adopts a really protectionist stance when it comes to foreign carriers operating Indian routes. How does Flyadeal plan to tackle this government oversight that's currently in India at the moment?
So 2 things. You're correct, but they're more protective in terms of what we call sixth freedom traffic. That is going over third-party countries via third-party airlines to get to an ultimate destination. A good example would be, say, India via Dubai to the United States, as an example. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about direct services between 2 countries. The other thing is also the actual oversight and regulation that is pertaining to both of our countries is reasonably good. We can start services without having to ask for extra rights or anything like that. We just have to get the license to be able to do that. So the actual traffic rights between both of our countries is quite good.
And also, you know, we were speaking there about growth and different flights. What makes the Saudi market unlike any other in the Middle East? And how is Flyadeal supporting Saudi's 2030 vision? Because we know right now that is the massive focus for the Kingdom.
Yes, absolutely. So a couple of things. Number one, Dubai, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, etc. do not have the domestic market. Okay, so Saudi Arabia has 35 million Saudis, then also guest workers and other people who have come to work in the country. It's a big domestic market, like Canada, like Australia. It just simply doesn't exist anywhere else in the Kingdom, and that's why a lot of foreign airlines are very interested in the Kingdom. So that's number one. We're lucky to have a natural, large domestic market. Number one. Number two is the market, and I say this with respect, is immature. That is that the market's only just opened up over the past 5 to 10 years. It's not a mature market like North America or Europe or something like that. So the Band-Aid has been ripped off. You can now go into the Kingdom, like you were talking about your travels, very easy. Everything is electronic. You can egress through. That was not the case 5, 10 years ago. You couldn't even come on a tourist visa. You had to be on a working visa or a pilgrim visa. So that has all opened up. They've opened up just like any other normal country. And what they're doing is paying catch-up. They're paying catch-up in terms of growth, and so that's why we're seeing 15% growth year on year domestically, is because we're playing catch-up. New market segments are coming in, everything from new religious segments, because it's much easier to do Umrah now, all the way through to natural tourism segments. I always get a laugh. I see, Saudi girls going to Dubai for shopping. They couldn't have done that 5, 10 years ago. They had to go with an escort or couldn't go at all. So there's a genuine new market segment. In terms of 2030, our mission, it's very, very basic. It's connecting Saudi Arabia to the world and bringing Saudi Arabia, bringing Saudis to the world and the world to Saudi Arabia. And by the growth that we spoke about, the network expansion plans, that's how we underpin 2030.
It sounds so exciting for you as a CEO of the company to be able to be there as you move things from infancy to growth. It must be a great opportunity for yourself and for the crew involved and everyone involved in the airline.
Oh, I'm like a kid in a toy store. It is wonderful. Right place, right time, right narrative. And I consider ourselves nation builders. We have a role within the nation that's very clear, as I explained. And just being in the centre of all that, just incredibly exciting. And we can see every day visible change, the difference that we make. It's very difficult to find that anywhere else. And I think also the other thing which must be mentioned is the ecosystem, the air transportation ecosystem is not despised, it is supported. The government comes to us and says, how can we help? How can we help you grow and succeed? What do you need? What are the blockages? And I think that dialogue is incredibly positive and unfortunately lacking in a lot of other jurisdictions around the world.
And it's so interesting because we talk about Saudi developing, and obviously there's a lot of sport happening in Saudi, the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo. We've seen the massive footballers.
I think he's become a Saudi now, hasn't he? He seems to be very he's moved, he's pro. Every time I see him, it's like, I'm Saudi now. I seem to be living here. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, and do you think that's attracting a lot of traffic to Saudi to watch all these big sporting events? Because there's been a big tennis event there recently. We saw Arina Sabalenka, the world #1, playing tennis. They've really opened up the country. And of course, Formula One.
Yeah. Formula One's a nightmare for me. It's just down the road from where I live, so traffic is never good when it's on. But look, the sporting events are just one part of many. Would you believe it? The Jeddah Book Festival is taking off. I mean, very, very popular. It's coming up soon in a month's time. So everything from sporting events to cultural events. And then on top of that, what you're now starting to see is the infrastructure we've been talking about for so long opening up. So theme parks, Red Sea resorts, etc., Ulula in terms of accommodation opening up more. All of this is now coming online literally over the next couple of years. So it has to be seen as in a holistic way. Everything from golf to Formula One, as you said, even boxing, but also all of the other infrastructure pieces. So that, we've had all this growth without any of that over the past couple of years, and now we're starting to see those taps turned on. That is incredibly exciting because it really does give people a reason to come and visit, see Saudi Arabia for what it truly is, which is a magnificent country, and participate in its growth.
Great golf courses in Saudi Arabia.
I haven't tried. My handicap is too bad, it's embarrassing. So I don't even want to go there.
I spend most of the time in the rough, to be honest. So my handicap's not very good either. But just a final question to you, Stephen. I've been flying back and forth to Saudi Arabia. As we all know, the growth of development incredible there. Why should I get a Flyer Deal flight, or anyone watching this interview?
So, one, they've got a fantastic CEO, so you just have to...
the best
CEO ever, of course. Look, we have... The great thing about Saudi Arabia and the ecosystem is we have a number of airlines servicing different market segments. For us, our proposition is very, very simple, which is we're safe, we're affordable, we're on time, and we don't cancel. And we religiously pursue those goals. A good example of that is our OTP, or on-time performance. We're the leading LCC in on-time performance for 10 months running in the Middle East, okay? And in a couple of those months, we've actually been globally #1, not an LCC, but globally airline #1. And so we just don't talk about it, we actually deliver, and people know that they can get a cheap ticket, but typically sometimes you get a cheap ticket, it means that it's poor standard or poor performance or what have you. We want to change that ethos, and we want to change that understanding that they know that they can get an affordable fare on us, they know they're going to be on time, and they know they're not going to cancel. And we just get those true fundamentals correct, people just come knocking on our door and coming back time after time.
I must say, the best CEO at the air show, Stephen Greenway. Thank you so much.
I should charge an appearance fee.
Yeah, definitely. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Russia's President Vladimir Putin begins his two-day trip to India today, meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The two leaders and long-time allies are expected to sign a number of trade deals together, including defence and labour. Putin is also expected to discuss India's ongoing use of Russian oil as US President Donald Trump puts a pressure on Modi to stop buying it. Here's what Putin said ahead of the trip.
We aim to elevate cooperation with the People's Republic of China and the Republic of India to a qualitatively new level by strengthening its technological component. This is the objective of numerous joint projects in energy, industry, space, agriculture, and other sectors. We have established a substantive dialogue on economic issues with the President of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Xi Jinping. We will also discuss these topics in detail during the upcoming visit to India with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, including increasing imports of Indian goods to our market.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight and chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Eli Al-Hindi. Dr. Eli and Shane, thank you for being with me this evening. Dr. Eli, let's start with you. We've just been talking about Putin and Modi. The timing of this trip is significant. Why are relations with India so key for the Kremlin right now?
You can tell from the big hugs and the warm welcome that the two countries do need each other in a way. But I guess the most important factor that makes this trip very timely is the economic situation inside Russia and the many speculations on how bad the situation is, how much it's influencing the efforts of war of Russia in Ukraine and so on. And I do believe that things are becoming more difficult to hide. There's a very serious economic pressure on the Russian government, and they have been trying to use any form of connection, any form of external relations to try to bring in some hard currency, some economic movement, and so on. Now, what's making it possible is the fact that the U.S. is not really putting on the full-on pressure, like, for example, the sanctions that we've seen on Iran in Trump's first term. And even secondary sanctions that we've seen, banning any European country from dealing with Iran or any other country around the world. Even India at the time stopped dealing with Iran and so on. It's not the case yet in Russia. We haven't seen this kind of pressure by the US on Russia. So Russia is definitely trying to find alternative routes. India is one of them. In the general geostrategic perspective, we've seen India and China repair their relations. We've seen India's buying oil of Russia and benefiting from the discounted prices surge significantly since the beginning of the crisis. So India is trying to also be a bit independent from U.S. Dependency and from U.S. relations. And it's finding in this kind of relation some kind of benefit for its own economy also.
And there's also been lots of talks about India, which has never really been allied with anyone. It's always kept itself to itself, but becoming more and more closer with the BRICS countries, which has been interesting analysis when we look at this. But right now, Shane, when I look at India, they're walking a real tightrope because obviously the US administration slapped an extra 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil, accusing them of funding that Kremlin war machine. And they've got to keep the US happy right now, Narendra Modi, and they've want the oil from Russia because it's so discounted.
Yeah.
So it's quite a difficult position.
Yeah, it's like anything. It's hard to just boil it down to a yes or no. So I'll try and make it simple. So if you look at the big top numbers, going into this meeting, I think sort of India is in the sort of the driving seat in a lot of ways, because if you look at sort of their sort of exports to Russia, it's about like 5 billion. But if you look at going to Washington and the wider US, we're talking 80 billion. So that's like, if you were just to say, right, numbers, if you're an accountant sitting in Delhi, you go, right, okay, Washington is where we're at. But at the same time, the imports from Russia that India gets, it's about sort of 70 billion, and the vast majority of that is oil. And it's not a case where India can just go, all right, we don't want any more of your oil, we're not going to take it, because then they have to turn around and they have to look to Iraq, the Middle East, the US, where the price is going to be a lot higher. And sort of the flip side of that is Putin and the Russians, according to Reuters calculations, the discounts that they're offering India, they've tripled them. So it's kind of like to say, okay, are you really going to go with Washington? We're going to give you lots of more cheap oil, because, like you were saying, the Russian economy sort of needs it, and India is one of their biggest recipients of their oil. So they're just continually discounting it, because offering discounted oil is better than no oil. But what I think is really interesting is again, these sort of geopolitical things are never very straightforward, is that there's a lot of Indian companies that own stakes in Russian oil companies, and there's a lot of Russians that own stakes in Indian companies. So it's not a case that they're just going to flick the switch. And there's a lot of the Indian companies are waiting on dividends from their Russian investments, which are now stuck in Russian banks. So Putin can go, do you want your dividends? Then do you want to also keep taking it? So it's all very interlinked And it's going to get very, very interesting. But fundamentally, across the top, I would say that India is the one that's sort of the dominant player going in, and Putin is going to go in trying to convince them to keep buying oil because it's in his interest. So he's kind of going on the back foot. And Modi's, I think he's probably going to enjoy this meeting, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, I think in the sense that if US wanted to corner India and force it to choose, definitely the choice would be, as you said, the bigger interest is with the US. But the US has not done so yet. So India is benefiting from the situation. Maybe the Europeans would be more concerned that India is sending Russia, fresh hard currency and different access to fund the war in Ukraine. Yes, but can Europe and the European Union put this kind of pressure? Not much so, especially that, as you were telling us, that still some European countries are still buying Russian oil, which I find really amazing.
Which is unusual. And the other one I've heard a lot in the reports is that in terms of defence, that India needs Russia for defence. But then Russia doesn't... I can't imagine it's got much defence armoury spare to give away to India.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So India wants to buy more S-400 air defence missiles, and they are created in Russia. They're Russian-made. And one of the big reasons for those is it's believed they did very well in the clash against Pakistan, which we did see recently. And what they want to do is buy the S-400 air defence missiles from Russia and the S-500, which can also deal with bigger hypersonic weapons coming across the borders. So what India will be looking at is to try and shore up that kind of military hardware coming out of Russia. And as we know, Russia's been on a war footing and has been producing
and if they take the same strategy with the oil, where they offer them better discounts on that armoury, then they will. But then there's a lot of the other countries that are, the UK is trying to get part of the Indian defence sort of budget. The US is going to be as well. But I think if Putin's smart, he'll say, okay, we'll give you all of this armoury and at cheaper prices, but as long as you keep taking our cheap oil as well. So India has to look at, okay, all the tariffs going up, but then is the price of Russian oil going to go down, and then balance the two?
I do also think it's quite interesting because I had two guests on my show with me a little bit earlier, and I was talking to them. One came from India and one guest came from Russia, and they both said the same thing to me. They said that even if the US tries to squeeze India to stop it buying oil from Russia, the reality is these can be circumvented with shadow shipping, with loopholes. So there's always a way around these things. We've also got to think like that in many respects. They can find different avenues in able to access it, because it's just not as easy as cutting it off at a chokehold. There's so many different elements.
And also
involved.
China is the biggest buyer of Russian oil, so and there's not. I think Washington has less sort of sway with Beijing on that issue. So even if they cut out India, then that just leaves more oil for them to go to China. So I don't think the ultimate aim of sanctioning the partners of Russian oil is really going as straightforward as Trump would like to.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And French President Emmanuel Macron has arrived in China for his fourth state trip to the country. The visit comes as Europe looks to counter economic and security threats from Beijing, a critical supplier of rare earths during a time of trade turmoil. Isabel, let's start with you, because right now Emmanuel Macron isn't the most popular person at home in France. So how significant is this visit for Macron right now?
Yes, well, there are those people who make the same claims about Prime Minister Keir Starmer here in the United Kingdom, that he heads abroad whenever things are getting a little bit tricky at home. And certainly the international stage is a good place for leaders to go to really build a bit of leverage for their country, for their reputation. And we know that Macron is beleaguered at home. He's got deadlock in his parliament. He's got collapsing approval ratings, cost of living crisis, rise of the far right, all the familiar issues After 7 years in power, he's less popular than ever. So can he change that in China, this 3-day state visit? Well, certainly he'll be hoping so. And there are deals to be made, and he wants them to be reciprocal. And it is interesting to note that there have been bumps on the road between the two nations in recent years over things like pork and brandy from the Chinese side, and from the French side there have been objections to Chinese electric vehicles. So there was some progress made on cognac back in July. I note that France is the biggest exporter of wine and spirits to China. It's a huge market for them. So if Macron
until
can
China
come back
makes its own wine, Isabel.
Yes, this is true. Well, I know China wants to grow their wine sort of heritage, but they've got a long way to go before they can compete with the French. But it's worth pointing out that, of course, also there's a huge market in China for luxury goods, which, of course, we know the French are really historically known as sort of being the founder of, whether we're talking about Moet or Louis Vuitton or whatever it might be, Chanel. There is a huge appetite and demand for that French luxury. So there are deals to be struck. He's not just there, though, to try and shore up deals whilst he's there. He's also there to talk about the previous issue we've just been discussing, because on Monday in Paris, Macron met with Zelensky, and he is keen to try to encourage China to continue, because they have recently been putting pressure on Russia to accept the ceasefire deal, and he will be lobbying there as well to try and broker peace in his own way.
Wissam, let's come to you, because Isabel did mention there bumps in the road between Europe and China of late. We have seen that. But what does this actually mean for Europe, and how closely is Washington going to be watching Macron's visit to China?
Allow me to start with a word about the man, about Emmanuel Macron. I don't recall any personality of the stature who has been that brilliant outside, at least under the spotlight, and that shrinking in his own country. This has been the legacy of Emmanuel Macron, being everywhere outside, on every front, really a deal maker, or someone who is part of the story and who has been so unpopular, facing all the wrong, unfortunate events internally. Now, having said this, I would like to recall an anecdote, a story that has been told by ex-French Prime Minister Jean-Pierre Raffarin, who said that he met one day the Chinese President Hu Jintao, who told him, "You French and European, you have to cooperate with us, because one day, we work more than you do, and one day we'll have to cooperate, or we will not need to cooperate with you, because we'll be able to achieve whatever we want." Now, having said this, now Emmanuel Macron, does he have any leverage with China? I think he still has some leverage, as Europe mostly and as France also. He has the access to a massive, wealthy consumer market. We are talking about the European market. This is where he is playing his what we can call the BBD, the booze and bags diplomacy. It has been a great card for himself, but he also Europe has control over advanced technologies and it has also the diplomatic legitimacy, and also has control over some very, very niche technologies like aviation and pharmaceutical. Now Macron is putting Europe and trying to insert Europe and this new love triangle that is being created on a world scale. You have America, China, and Russia. America trying to engage China to push Russia into a Ukraine deal, and also America trying to win Russia into the broader face or confrontation with China. And China is being a major player in those. And Europe, through Macron, trying to be part of this love triangle with not very much of, great prospects for now.
Yeah, it's really interesting how you describe it as a love triangle between three countries right now, and France is trying to get involved. But, you know, Isabel, if we think about France and the leverage that they had, we were talking about booze and bags, and that was what Wissam was saying. They also have pandas, so there's a lot going on for China too. We must remember that. And a whole lot of deals are expected to be signed. But France and Europe have described the European Union, China as a partner, competitor and systematic rivals. So there's still that underlying tension between China and France.
Yeah, but there's a lot more to be gained from the two countries working together. And, you know, the nature of whether it's, you know, bags and booze diplomacy or, you know, geopolitical diplomacy, talking is always beneficial, I believe. And, you know, both countries, France and China, are hosting key summits next year. France is hosting the Group of Seven summit and China's hosting the APEC forum. And if the two countries have had this bilateral and it's been a success and they've had this state visit, they'll be in a strong position at both of those forums when their representatives from opposite countries come. So it's smart leadership, a smart move from Macron, and if he can translate that into some sort of boost to his economy, then he'll, you know, it's mutually beneficial to both countries. So fingers crossed, more of us can work together in this way, in a cooperative and a trustworthy way, because China obviously has a history of being untrustworthy, particularly when it comes to spies. In this country, we've had a huge problem with that. So, you know, you have to do it with your eyes wide open. This isn't the golden era, but there certainly needs to be, you know, they're a huge economy, and it would be foolish to ignore them.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's move on to another story. Israel says a Rafah crossing will be opened in the coming days to let Gazan residents cross into Egypt as part of the ceasefire deal. An Israeli official has said all Palestinians will be able to exit through Rafah as long as Egypt agrees to accept them. The route has been sealed off since May 2024 and was temporarily opened in February this year to evacuate the sick and also the wounded. Wissam, actually, this is a big moment. How crucial is this reopening in practical terms for civilians trapped in Gaza? And why has Israel made this decision now?
Well, in practical terms, it is the only practical exit for thousands of trapped civilians in Gaza. Will it be the great floods of humans leaving the strip? We don't think so, mostly because Egypt will not allow it. But also this move by Israel, it will enable urgent medical evacuation that Gaza needs so much. And this is mostly under medical headline right now. And of course, it will reduce immediate humanitarian pressure on Gaza and on people who are really living with almost nothing inside. Now, Israel is also strengthening its negotiating leverage because it is somehow relieving a little bit the pressure that has been mounting on Israel recently. Israel has been listening some unfamiliar things from America recently, like Donald Trump telling Benjamin Netanyahu very clearly, you don't sabotage what I have achieved on the peace front, and you don't also mess with Syria, because this is something important and it's happening under my leadership. So somehow reopening Rafah will lead to a bit less of pressure on Israel, who has been really ready for war for the last 2-3 years, and it is struggling to put down this readiness to be, fighting all the time. Now, being back to civilians, will we see civilian flooding? I don't think so, because Egypt will not allow it, because this is so strategic for Egypt not to allow it, because also the area around Rafah is one of the most militarized areas in the world right now. Is it a zero risk? No. But also there is people in Israel, unfortunately, who still believe that opening, I'm not talking about the government here, people who still believe that opening Rafah would somehow allow people to get out and accomplish within the ceasefire what couldn't have been achieved with the war, which is, pushing out hundreds of thousands of people. This is what some people in Israel think is still possible by not allowing reconstruction, but by not allowing enough humanitarian aid, and by opening the borders to Egypt.
And Isabel, what does this actually mean in a broader context when it does come to the ceasefire in Gaza? We have spoken before about how fragile it is and how difficult it has been to implement.
Yeah, I think if we see the Rafah crossing opening, then it will be a really positive sign. I think it can be used really as a barometer of the momentum of the ceasefire. This isn't something that can be done unilaterally. It takes cooperation from multiple countries, Egypt, Gaza, Israel, and of course all of the nations with humanitarian workers as well having a stake in that. So if it is successful, we don't know the timeline on when that could be. It is a good thing, but let's not forget that since the 10th of October, there have been some enormous number of violations, I think nearly 600 violations by Israel. There's been continued bloodshed and loss of life. We've also seen the return of hostages over the weekend, the remains of hostages, and Israel accusing Hamas of returning false remains, that they aren't the hostages that were taken in 2023. That has the potential to derail any progress on all of this. So I think, we're sort of waiting with our hearts in our mouths in all of this. It's been an incredibly long time. I think it was May 2024, the last time the Rafah crossing was properly open. It was a brief interlude back in February when there was a brief peace ceasefire then. But, the World Health Organization point to the fact that there are in excess of 16,000 civilians who are either wounded or incredibly sick who need to get out of Gaza. So, there are good reasons to open it. It should have been opened a long time ago, but it is a barometer, I suppose, is your question about, what are the wider symbols from this? And it's, whether or not this is a lasting peace. And I sincerely hope that we will see progress on that in the next few days.
But it's really interesting, Isabel and Wissam, because we're talking about the Rafah crossing opening, and we're also talking about people being allowed into Egypt, from the Gaza Strip, but they will still have to be vetted by Israel, and they will still have to get clarification from them if they can move, and Egypt still has to agree to accept them. So it's not as straightforward as people just being able to leave the country at all.
There's actually only few people who will be allowed to leave. I mean, we have to emphasize on this. These are not open borders. Mm-hmm. This is a humanitarian opening, especially based on medical needs. And, one of the greatest, fears that Egypt has is to see hundreds of thousands of people leaving Gaza into Egypt. And this has been why Egypt has been so keen on not opening, this border. It's not against the people of Gaza, but it's about not letting Israel achieve what it thinks it wants to achieve, which is, emptying Gaza from its people.
The UK government is unveiling plans to tackle a High Court backlog with jury trials possibly limited to the most serious crimes. Justice Secretary David Lammy warns delays are leaving victims waiting for years for a trial to come off the ground. So this is such an interesting story that's been coming out of the UK. It's been sort of drip, 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 drip. We had a bit of a leak and now we're getting more information. Tell us about it, this big shake-up of the justice system.
So here's the issue. The government have said they've been handed kind of this poison chalice when it comes to court cases. 80,000 people currently waiting for a jury trial, which is an astronomical number of cases to try and get through. And for those of you who don't know how a jury trial system will work, the process and the amount of dates that is required just to get to court and to get to the bench with a case with a jury is quite significant. Jury selection, it's an expensive process. Jury trials, by definition, cost a lot of money. Ireland, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand all still have jury trials. The US also. But most of the rest of the world simply do not, because it's not very efficient and it may not be the best way to handle things. Normally, if it's a case that is low enough to be heard in perhaps a district or a circuit court, that can be heard by the judge, who will be judge, jury and sentence, an executioner effectively in all of the cases. When it goes to High Court or perhaps in a circuit court whereby it's felt that it's need to be heard by a jury, that's when the jury comes into play. It is very long, it is very drawn out as a process, and 80,000 cases will be a very long backlog. People are waiting 5 years even from their prosecution through until when they are sentenced. It's very inefficient as a system. So moving it to this, it's not that they're saying it's an overhaul, massive, for the entire justice system for England and Wales, but it's a justice system which is archaic and has been around for hundreds of years. And perhaps the time may be to move it on and just do something a bit more efficiently, because this is not that.
It's been such an interesting debate happening over in the UK because, Jono, like you say, 78,000 cases waiting to be completed in the Crown Court. There's this crazy backlog of judges. A lot of it started in the COVID era and it's never really recovered. But the big problem is, Gemma, you know, we talk about this overhaul and we say it's good to just have a judge and cut out the jury when it comes to cases that are more lower grade cases. We're not talking about murder, we're not talking about rape or sexual assaults. But does this protect the justice system or does it undermine it? Because I think this is the important thing that we need to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's very... what I want to say, first of all, is that the UK can be very resistant to change. You know, you're calling for change, and I absolutely agree with you. But as a nation, very slow-moving, very resistant, often quite backward-looking. I can say that as a British person, I feel.
The Magna Carta.
Exactly. We've got to hark back to the Magna Carta. I think the questions arrive with, will these reforms sacrifice justice for productivity? Now, also, how will the public perceive these changes? Will they feel that something's being taken from them or that the establishment is trying to get one over on them? You know, this is going to be very much a PR battle as well to kind of get these reforms through. There are benefits and there are drawbacks. Now, for me, the benefits are more efficient trials and a reduced backlog. You know, the 78,000, 80,000 is absolutely enormous. Victims will get swifter outcomes, so they're not just putting their lives on hold for the 5 years, you know, that it takes for their case to be heard. And the reduction of jury bias. You know, more often, juries can be biased, you know. People come in with their own, you know, way of looking at life, their own prejudices.
To choose a jury.
Yes, that's why jury selection takes such time and it adds to the backlog. Now, critics have pointed to the fact that if you lose a jury, you also lose society feeling that they're somehow involved in their legal system, which they are. So you're losing the community checks and balances here that you know, it comes from people's investment in this. There's perhaps a loss of the feeling of transparency. A big concentration of power in institutional hands. And, you know, rightly or wrongly, judges in the UK often come from a certain class because they've, had the money to, you know, get themselves through, you know, law school and work their way up the ranks. And if you've got someone from the upper middle classes or upper classes as the judge, there's going to be a real... You're going to increase the distance, a kind of them and us feel, if you have perhaps someone from working class appearing in the dock. I think it's just going to create further distance, you know, and the class system already does that in the UK. And I also think there's the risk of institutional bias and corruption. You know, judges have their own worldview as well, you know, when they're looking at someone in the dock. So benefits and drawbacks for me, I think it's a great idea. I think it does need to be reformed, but there are lots of hurdles to get across first.
And I think this is exactly what we're seeing, because it still has to go for a vote in the Commons. And obviously the Labour whips would want the MPs to vote in line with Lammy, but so many critics of this from within the Labour Party say we're not going to vote in line with the whip. We don't think these reforms will clear the backlog like they wish to clear, and they want something else that's different.
And I think that's probably what realistically is needed, is kind of an interim, because now that this magistrate will be allowed to hand down periods of incarceration of up to 12 months, which is double what they're currently allowed to do, and it would be again a judge-only trial in that situation. If there was a lower court, so we're not quite at high court level, but we're talking drug offences which are not international drug trafficking, we're talking minor theft, I don't think we should be talking about violent and sexual assault offences, which this would be in part of the remit, which I think still need to be reserved for high court cases and to be heard by judge and jury. But if there was another interim system that was in place, that's not quite the High Court, but not quite circuit.
But then it's money again.
It's money, but again, 80,000 cases can't sit there for 5 years with nobody hearing them and not going to court. It's archaic.
To be honest with you, I actually think David Lammy has been quite bold in the reforms here that he's come out and spoken about, because it was leaked a few weeks ago, came across a lot of criticism. He's rolled with it. He's gone and spoke about it in the Commons. But I find the whole thing quite interesting, because all of this came out of the fact that a retired Court of Appeal judge, Sir Brian Levison, actually came up with these series of proposals after being asked to do so by the Lords to clear the backlog. So he came up with these, and Lammy's kind of run with it. And one thing we can't forget is the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was the head of Crown Prosecution in the UK, so he was a top lawyer. So the whole government must have seen this. And
they're aware of the plans. It's not a bad plan. It's just that
I don't think it's a bad plan.
Getting past the naysayers, which will say that this is a complete change. But then again, the system is so archaic. I think Gemma mentioned earlier, this system has been around for hundreds of years. You can't take something that is hundreds of years old and say that works for the current way that we do things. Crime rates have skyrocketed. You need to have a different way of doing things. It can't be the same.
And, just talk about you're not guilty until you're proven guilty. You're innocent until you're proven guilty. And we're talking about a lot of people here who have lived 5 or 6 years of their life in limbo. They still haven't had a court case. They can't get a job. They can't move forward. They can't contribute to the economy. It's a really difficult cycle to get trapped in if you're in that situation.
And likewise for people who are guilty and who are potentially out on the street. They're likely not to have been incarcerated for the period of time that they've been on bail, effectively. These are dangerous criminals who are roaming the streets because the system can't get through them quick enough. And there will still be the prerequisite that you will have to be proven guilty beyond any reasonable doubt, which the judge will have to do that, instead of it being your peers instead. Juries make mistakes just as much as judges do. We've seen that happen in the past.
We all make mistakes, don't we? Yeah, but it's really interesting to see. Let's see what happens. I'm going to be watching that vote when it comes up in the Commons to see who is going to side with their own party. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Netflix have released the much-anticipated Diddy documentary produced by longtime rival and rapper 50 Cent. Sean Combs' The Reckoning features footage that was filmed just 6 days before the music mogul's arrest in September. Combs is currently serving a 4-year prison sentence after being found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. Here's a clip of what we can expect from the show.
We have to find somebody that'll work with us that has dealt in the dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing.
Puffy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. All of these reincarnations, all those name changes are attached to really bad deeds.
Everything in life, you're going to have people that are bad and people that are good. You have to choose your side.
Well, Gemma, cannot wait to watch this. 4-part series will be coming out. Let's talk a little bit about all of this and what's happening. So 50 Cent, as we said, has had a big part in producing this. He's had a long-time public feud with Diddy, Sean Combs, Puffy. We heard loads of name checks there.
Yes.
Do viewers risk getting a biased portrayal of Diddy, or is it in the public interest to actually have this 4-part Netflix documentary?
So I think the documentary will likely be biased, but I think show me a documentary that isn't influenced by the director's worldview, that isn't, influenced by the producers. So yeah, but 50 Cent has not changed his view in, decades, It's not really a feud because it's more like 50 Cent's been trolling him, for years and years and years, but also over the years has been expressing concern about the parties Diddy throws, about the energy he gives off. It's well documented, all the things that he said, you know, and he's never shied away from that. On his part, Diddy has shied away from getting involved in a feud with 50 Cent, perhaps because he knew that 50 Cent could do a lot of damage if he said certain things that he truly wanted to go public with. Diddy's always professed his love for 50 Cent. I don't want to be in a feud with you, but 50 Cent has never kind of took the hand of friendship that Diddy has been so desperate to hold out to him. Do I think this is in the public interest? I absolutely do. And I'll tell you why. The director, Alessandra Stapleton, she's an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker. And she's talked about how what you're going to see in the footage, and it comes out today, doesn't it? So you're going to see a very rich and powerful man strategizing with his legal team about how he can fix the situation he has found himself in. And I think it gives us a peek behind the velvet curtain, not only of celebrity, but of super powerful celebrity. I think it can be quite hard to realise or to understand just how powerful P. Diddy was / still is, you know, only time will tell in the music industry. He was the man. And so we are getting this look at what the super wealthy do when they want to get something fixed.
And we can't forget P. Diddy, you know, he had this big clothing line. Not only that, he discovered Justin Bieber, he discovered Usher. You know, I look at the back in my life, Usher, you know, Puff Daddy, they were all... He was massive.
He launched J-Lo.
Yeah, J-Lo. He sort of owned what was sort of current at that time, if we look at it. But, you know, I think what's really interesting is I did see an interview that 50 Cent did give a little bit earlier about the production of this, along with the lady that you just mentioned. And he was saying it's not biased because they speak to everybody from Diddy's walks of life. So they speak to 2 jurors who actually made that final decision of the case of Diddy. And they speak to childhood friends and people who really supported him and known him for a long time and spoken to people from the other side of the aisle. So I think they've said that there is balance in it, which will be interesting to see because it's going to be a difficult one.
Well, it's going to be a messy one, that's for sure, because what we know that's in there is personal footage. Now, Diddy's team have said that personal footage was shot for Diddy's own lifelong documentary. I don't know how he was going to spin the story. Yeah,
said he started filming himself when he was 19.
It's been a while.
Yeah,
I don't know how he was going to spin this into something that was Diddy-centric, that shone a good light on him, but he said that it wasn't meant for public release. It's certainly not for a series that was produced by somebody who he's had, and Jem has enlightened me because I honestly had no idea what the beef was or what issue they had between them. But they don't like each other. Yeah. It's effectively, it's Donald Trump making a Biden documentary and just saying, here it is, here's what I think, here's what my view is on this guy. It raises that ethical question. Diddy's been proven guilty on some of the charges, okay, and then on the rest, which he continues to deny the allegations of, not so much. However, he is still incarcerated currently, which means that he doesn't really have the right to reply on this when it gets released, because he is under federal state control, so he doesn't have the right to reply.
But his lawyers will still be able to have a right of reply.
And their right of reply is, we want to cease and desist. We want you to stop. We don't want this to get out into the public. We would like to have time to come back and to rebuttal this in video or otherwise form. He can't respond. So releasing personal footage without crossing the line is where this is going to get very messy for Netflix. And they have, again, it's much like when we mentioned the juries, they've made mistakes before. So if they release something that is damning or incriminating or affects the current ongoing proceedings, because he is waiting for sentencing, that's where it becomes messy.
So it's quite interesting because I did speak to a lawyer a little bit earlier and I asked him about this and he said it's very difficult in the United States to actually do that. It's very difficult to do a cease and desist and stop this because of your rights to be able to have an opinion and on free speech. And it's obviously very difficult. And we've seen this time and time again, especially in the entertainment world, to prove defamation. And the director said she obtained the footage legally, but you know, Puff Daddy says it was fundamentally unfair and illegal to use his private footage. But you're right, that could be the sticking point. But I think Netflix might be watertight. I don't know, that's my opinion. Don't know what you think, Gemma.
They haven't previously been, right?
But even if they're not watertight, they've got the time and the money to fight this. But yeah, earlier you raised a baby reindeer.
Baby reindeer, there's been other ones as well. The Tinder swindler has taken him to court as well now. Not because Netflix have made mistakes, but because they've portrayed people without having that balance that is so important when it's a documentary.
Yeah, it will be interesting to watch it and see. But obviously, you know, Sean Combs has always said that he was innocent the whole way through this. And now we did see him serving out a sentence and he is doing time in jail. And it will be interesting to see how this is received from the public and what the interest is in it. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Robert Fox, who is the defence editor of the London Evening Standard. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Fox. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner meeting President Putin in Moscow today. Are you hopeful their dialogue is going to achieve anything?
It's very difficult. It's very opaque because of what Putin has been saying in the last 24, 48 hours, which is to say that there's going to be no announcement. He's trying to keep quiet, and I think it's very much part of the Putin strategy and tactics. Say little, get them to make all the running. They made some rather extraordinary statements of late that they're winning the overwhelming victory in Pokrovsk, but there's no satellite confirmation of that yet. Putin is pushing for victory. I don't think there's anything that these two gentlemen, namely Kushner, despite being the president's son-in-law, or Witkoff, can actually deliver to him. And in fact, Witkoff, who's been doing a lot of the talking up to now, is rather a wasted asset.
Indeed, and we assume they're going to be bringing with them a document that may or may not be loosely based or closely based on the 28-point draft that emerged about 12 days ago. But we're told that it's changed a lot since then, although nothing has been made public. I mean, do you think a revised version of that, knowing how intransigent the Russians can be, knowing their red lines, do you think that document's going to be at all acceptable to Moscow?
I don't think so, unless they want to manipulate it for one particular thing within the Ukraine theatre, namely an operational pause, a ceasefire for a matter of weeks so they can regroup with their forces on the ground, possibly a matter of months so they can reorganise. And the Russian order of battle is in desperate need of this for what they see as a long confrontation with NATO, its proxies and allies, among which they have to include Ukraine now.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pokrovsk, and indeed that news has not yet been confirmed. But how strategic a town is that? Why would that be regarded? I mean, it was a town of 60,000 people before the war, presumably a lot smaller now. But is there anything about that town and its position that would make it a significant victory?
Well, the town has become significant in 1,000 cliches. In the commentariat, particularly on social media. We've read that it is strategic, that it is a hub, that it can open the way to the Dnipro river system, can open the way for the final advance on Kiev. I just advise everybody watching this interview just to be utterly sceptical about everything they're being told, all about the battlefield, but above all about Pokrovsk at the moment.
And in terms of the announcement in that regard, I mean, it's not a coincidence, is it, that this was announced as that US delegation was probably sort of in the air mid-flight on their way to Moscow to come and meet President Putin. I mean, that's part of the show, isn't it?
Exactly. And what we have to do is verification is what the ground truth is. And it's very, very difficult to get at because the battle changes for places like Pokrovsk in that you are fighting your fibula. It's called fighting in built-up areas where the drone is no longer king. It's significant, but it's important, but you can conceal. This is the lesson of really intense fighting above the ground, immediately above the ground and underground in big, terrible urban battles like Stalingrad in 42-43, and what the Russians experienced in the two Chechen wars, particularly in Grozny, where rubble proved to be a great defense. And why eyes in the skies don't count so much, and they do count still, but so much as they did before, is because it's line of sight firing. It's short range, rockets, direct fire systems, hide and seek, shoot and scoot. And this is a very different game. And the game, quite clearly, from the verification or attempts at verification by independent satellite monitoring, the Institute for the Study of War, they say we cannot verify that the Russians are in full control of Pokrovsk and its neighbouring villages and settlements. They've been taking villages, that is absolutely clear. But whether they have the means now to build a lodgement, in other words, to concentrate a lot of forces that would have to have armour, copious artillery, a lot of close air support to be able to push on. I think that's where we have to have the gravest doubt. So it could be a victory, but it may be a victory that doesn't even deliver the whole of the north of Donetsk to the Russians. And it's something that they would have to show that they could build on, about which there is a lot of doubt at the moment. And remember, Putin wanted victory by Christmas, whether it's the Catholic Christmas on the 25th of December, or in the current general calendar, it's the Orthodox Christmas by the beginning of January. It's not clear that he can get that thing. He's trying desperately to advertise the word that I have won, I have a big victory, therefore we have to do a deal. He certainly hasn't conquered the whole of Ukraine. He certainly hasn't occupied Kiev. He certainly hasn't exercised regime change.
Yeah, and here we are in the beginning of December talking about the battlefield. And I have a feeling that in previous years, at about this time of year, things have tended to be quieter on the battlefield because of the weather and people get frozen into their positions. Is something different this year, or is it the same as in other years, the same sort of level of battlefield manoeuvres and activity, would you say?
I don't think any year is the same. I mean, that we have to say that because there's this tremendous leapfrogging effect of war, offensive weapon and counter weapon. And first, about a few days ago, a matter of only less than a week or a couple of weeks, we were hearing, for instance, an august organisation like The Economist, that of course Russia has got the advantage now because it's got jet-propelled glide bombs and jet-propelled Shahed drones. But we're beginning to read or discovered now that the Ukrainians have developed countermeasures to that. Oh, that they're having trouble with the F-16 fleet. Yes, they're pretty exhausted. I mean, in terms of battle tempo, they have exceeded any expectation. But look, we're now getting the Mirage fighter bombers, the French, which are an interim stop to a long-term purchase, we understand, of Rafale, and they're going to get Gripen towards the end of 26. Very effective close defense, close attack aircraft, absolutely ideally suited to the Ukraine battlescape. They're going to come in by summer. So it ain't all over until it's all over.
Sure, and you might be sort of partially answering my next question there, because, I mean, we've been talking about how Russia controls about 19% of Ukrainian territory. Do correct me if you've got another figure. But I'm wondering whether you think President Putin and the Russian army are feeling any pressure to end the war at this particular stage, or whether they're on something of a roll in terms of clocking up gains on the battlefield. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's the thought that they want to plant
in our head that they're on a roll, that they're going to win, and that was actually Putin's rhetoric of 2 nights ago. This is what he's trying to do. But again, it's very difficult to get outside verification of that. And there are problems. But let's talk about the main proposition first. He has to do it. He can do no retreat. He can't go firm on lines and just stop now, because Putin is absolutely geared to a war economy and a war destiny. That is Russia. That's what Russia stands for. Otherwise, the whole thing, the whole Putin gambit, the whole Putin experiment will be thwarted. So you have to look at that. So are they gaining? Yes, they're gaining. They're gaining at a slightly faster rate than they were, though the gains in December are not at the same rate as they were in November. You can play these games forever. There are problems, though, that they're raising over 30,000 recruiting a month, but they're not particularly quality, and they're losing globally almost the same number. That is not a good situation to be in, and particularly when there was a graphic report by the ASW from first-hand sources that they are doing very badly on battle casualty recoveries. The medical services in the front line appear to be so much poorer for the Russians than it is for the Ukrainians. A badly wounded Ukrainian can expect to be recovered. A badly wounded Russian is quite likely to be abandoned.
Okay, and we've heard from President Putin in the last couple of hours. He appears to be giving some sort of a press briefing, which has been drip-fed in the form of wire alerts. A couple of things he said. He said Europe is on the side of war. If the Europeans want war, we're ready. And European demands are unacceptable. These are some of the highlights that I can pick out of what President Putin's been saying. A lot of focus on Europe, and he's saying this as an American delegation has arrived in Moscow. Why do you think that is? Do you think he's trying to drive a wedge between the two sides?
Between who?
Between the Europeans and the Americans.
But Trump seems to be doing that for himself. You're absolutely right, and this is what Putin very shrewdly has spotted. In the original 28 points, as it came out from the end of October going through to November, it's almost as if, and America at one point in the original 28 points wanted to be rewarded for this, paid for it, to be a referee, to manage the peace. And it was going to cast judgment by implication between the combatants, namely Russia on the one hand, Ukraine, but of course NATO. It was as if NATO was an antagonist which had nothing to do with America. Now, it's the alienation of Europe, and particularly the right-wing nationalist, sovereigntist Europe, which is the most dangerous thing that Trump appears to be doing at the moment. Here I allude to a seminal essay by the great writer and thinker Ivan Krastev in the current edition of Foreign Affairs. Because, let me explain, though courted by Hegseth and above all J.D. Vance, the sovereigntist right, you can name them, Alternative for Deutschland, some of the nationalists, even in Poland, Hungary, Czech and Slovakia, park them. Vox in Spain, even Meloni's brothers of Italy, Le Pen's rally, Farage reform in Britain. What Hegseth and above all Vance, particularly in his speech to the security conference in Munich in February, seemed to say, these are our people, the other people in charge, even Kemi Badenoch, for instance, the Conservative, a natural ally, I would have thought, of the Republicans, the governments in Britain, France, Germany, are not our allies. This has not worked, because what you see is happening with AfD and the other, they're saying, no, we are for Germany, we are for Germany in our version of Europe, and we are not going to be a lapdog or a poodle to the Trump very fragmented, fractured MAGA project. So the MAGA courting by the likes of Vance, of the nationalist right in Europe, has failed utterly, because it's ended up, if you can follow my logic through to this point, it has alienated what they thought was a national ally. So alienating left, right and centre in Europe, in democratic Europe, has weakened America. This seems to be dripping through very slowly. By the way, the military establishment in America completely get this, completely understand it.
OK, well, really appreciate you sharing that with us. And we've got to a very interesting point in the conversation, but I'm being told we're out of time. So thank you very much indeed. Robert Fox, defence editor of the London Evening Standard. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Thank you again.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Well, let's bring into the conversation Mick Mulvaney, the former Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump. Mick, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you, are you surprised that Steve Witkoff and the rest of the delegation is essentially returning to Washington empty-handed?
Not really. I mean, the pattern has sort of been to return with something that have that something turn out to nothing. So I guess returning empty-handed, if you want to use that term, really isn't that big of a surprise. They need to change the dynamic. They really do. They need to change sort of the status quo. Right now, I think what the American team is realizing that the Russians are not interested in ending the war anytime soon, and they still think they're going to get a better deal on the battlefield than they are at the table. And until that calculation changes, I don't see much possibility for success. Clearly, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult to cut a deal with somebody when they don't want to cut a deal.
I mean, what you're saying sounds very much like what a lot of European heads of state and leaders are saying. And they've been sort of shut out of the conversation, or at least they say they feel blindsided and somewhat excluded. I mean, why doesn't President Trump want to hear that line of argument?
Oh, I think it's okay to hear the line of argument. The question is, if you want to have Europe sit at the table with you and have a conversation, who is that? I mean, which of the 27 people speak for Europe? I mean, if it's Ursula, then that's fine, I guess, but I get the impression that it's not. And then within the 27, you've got, the UK who have done a great deal of work, the Germans who have started to sort of kick in, the French who have been sort of late to the game in terms of actually providing support, and then the Spanish and the Italians who've done nothing. So does somebody who doesn't participate in the fighting of the war get to contribute to the discussions about ending the war? I think that's a fair conversation to have. What you're seeing here, though, Tom, is the general sort of antipathy that Trump and his administration have to dealing with multilateral organizations. They don't like them. They don't trust them. They don't really they can't get their heads around them, and they'd much rather deal bilaterally with people.
The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is a notable absentee at the gathering of NATO foreign ministers in Brussels today. What do you read into that?
I wouldn't read too much into it. I know it's going to get a lot of attention because I know that's how people sort of look at the world, but Marco would be in regular communication with those folks anyway. Today is not a really good day for him to be away from the office. If you, judging by the cabinet meeting, the 2.5-hour cabinet meeting that Trump had yesterday, which was televised to just about everywhere, that something in Venezuela could be imminent. And it's probably more important for the Secretary of State, who's also doing double duty as the National Security Advisor, to sort of stick close to home when times are tense like that.
Mick, I'm going to be asking a bit about Venezuela, if you don't mind, in a couple of minutes, so we'll come back to that. But just staying with these efforts to bring about an end to the war in Ukraine, something that Marco Rubio said, the US Secretary of State said, he said it would be irrational not to be engaging with Moscow. I mean, do you think the Americans should be talking to the Russians at this stage, or perhaps do you think it's premature in the absence of any indication from the Russians that they actually want peace?
You know, I know there's several schools of thought on this. I've always been in the same camp as Marco. Of course, Marco was in the Senate when I was in the House. I've known him now for about 15 years, which is nothing usually bad comes from talking to people. I remember going back to the debates between Barack Obama and John McCain about who would talk to who. And it seems like everybody at some point or the other wants to talk to somebody else unless your political opponent is talking to them, in which case you criticize them for talking to them. So, look, I think that's been overly politicized. I see no harm in having the lines of communication open, whether or not those lines of communication are back channels at mid-levels or at the very highest levels. I don't think really makes a difference. It doesn't change, though, Tom, what we talked about at the outset, which is talk all you want, but until you convince the Russians that, they want a deal, you're not going to get one. So I'm not sure how much talking changes that, unless there's subject matters in those discussions that I'm not fully aware of.
I mean, Steve Witkoff's been to Moscow 7 times now, by my count. I mean, maybe maybe you have another number for me. But I mean, do you get the impression he's the right person to be negotiating in this way on this sort of issue with the Russians? I mean, he hasn't delivered results. Do you think President Trump might have a change of heart with regard to his... I suppose
it's possible. We hear the rumor that Jared Kushner may get involved. I think Steve has done a pretty good job in other parts of the world. And importantly, and I can't stress this enough, Tom, when it comes to the operation of the White House. I mean, I don't know much about international geopolitics. I know a little bit about running the White House. And having somebody who is involved in those negotiations, who has the full trust of the President of the United States, a full line of communication with the President of the United States, and a read on the President's state of mind, that's probably some of the more important things you can have in a negotiator. I used to tell people when I was a special envoy to Northern Ireland, look, I might not know that much about Northern Ireland. I know a little bit about it, but I do know if I pick up the phone and make a call, the President's going to take it. And that's probably the most important sort of thing that someone can bring to the negotiations, especially when so many decisions, as with the Trump administration, get made at the very top ultimately.
Right, but there are a lot of people on this particular dossier in the Trump administration. I mean, we've talked about Marco Rubio, we've talked about Steve Witkoff, there's Jared Kushner, there's different schools of thought perhaps from Vice President J.D. Vance. I mean, there are rumors of differences of opinion on what the right approach is. I mean, do you buy into that? Do you think there are perhaps some splits in the inner circle of President Trump?
Not only do I believe it, I would fully expect it. What you've just described is how Donald Trump operates. What you've just said could apply to his negotiations on tax policy domestically. They can apply to trade policy overseas. Trump likes to have more than one senior advisor, sort of more than one senior person involved in negotiations at this level. So that doesn't surprise me. And he's always encouraged sort of debate within his team. He likes people to disagree. Oftentimes, Tom will see himself as sort of a moderator, a mediator, a judge, so that it's okay and, in fact, encouraged to have people who might have differing opinions on how to handle Ukraine, how to handle trade, et cetera. So, no, that doesn't surprise me. In fact, what would surprise me if it was simply one person speaking with one voice for the President of the United States, because that's not how the president works. The only one person that really speaks for Donald Trump is Donald Trump.
So you don't think there's one person who stands out amongst all of these different people as being the person that perhaps President Trump trusts the most when it comes to foreign policy issues?
No, I think it could change day to day. I think it changed topic to topic. For example, I think Marco Rubio is probably the leading voice when it comes to Venezuela right now, but I'd be surprised, I'd be stunned if he was the only voice. Same would be the case with Witkoff overseas, probably the leading voice, but Trump is going to listen to a bunch of different people. I don't necessarily see that as a weakness. In fact, there'd be several folks, I think, who could make the case it's a strength. So no, it doesn't surprise me that it's running like this. If you want to be critical of it, be critical of the results, not the process. Be critical of the fact that Trump thought he's had a deal now 4 or 5 different times. The meeting in Alaska directly with Putin comes to mind, and that's not happened. And that sooner or later, someone's going to have to realize that maybe the Russians aren't that interested in ending this war. And until you change that calculation, the war is not going to end.
Okay, so if that calculation changes, do you see President Trump saying, right, okay, the negotiating table doesn't work, back to the battlefield, let's give Ukraine better weaponry, more weaponry, and give them a better chance of winning this war?
It's certainly one of the options that are available. There's no question. If you ask Trump, he would never take that option off of the table. If he did, it would completely hamstring him in the negotiations. So that has to be on the table. All of the options have to be on the table, up to including completely walking away. That's what you say if you need to try to motivate the Ukrainians to move towards a deal, or escalating the conflict, which is what you might say to negotiate, to encourage the Russians. On that spectrum of possibilities, there's probably limitless options, and Trump is not known for taking them off the table, and I don't expect him to take any options off the table here.
Let's talk about Venezuela. It's already come up in conversation a couple of times, and I did say we'd get around to it. I mean, looking at all the facts before us, looks like there's something of an escalation happening in the Caribbean. What do you think is President Trump's desired outcome with regards to Venezuela?
Yeah, I don't know. This one confuses me a little bit more than Ukraine. I think I understand Ukraine. Again, it doesn't mean that I know how to fix it, but I think I understand the lay of the land and why we're doing what we're doing. Venezuela's a little bit more confusing to me. We had these exact discussion, Tom, in the first Trump administration about what we were going to do, if anything, about Maduro and so forth. And Trump regularly pushed back against any sort of suggestion of military action in the region. Clearly, that has changed, or at least is apparently changed. As one naval expert put it to me the other day, you don't move the George Bush aircraft carrier into a region and not use it. So I think many of us here expect some type of kinetic action in the near future, which is really surprising to me. I still don't foresee a circumstance where Donald Trump would commit land troops, American soldiers on the ground in Venezuela. But it's looking more and more like he is willing to do, some what we call tomahawk diplomacy, sort of a standoff attack from a distance and so forth. That is surprising to me because it is a sea change from where we were in the first term. My guess is it's the influence of Marco Rubio, influence of some of the other Latin nations, and the reinvigoration of the Monroe Doctrine that we are going to pay much closer attention to everything in the Western Hemisphere.
And how's this going to go down with President Trump's support base? Because President Trump came to power very much on a ticket that he wasn't going to be starting more wars. He was going to be ending wars. I mean, there's already some disquiet about certain foreign policy issues in the ranks of Team MAGA. I mean, doesn't this go against what he campaigned for?
It depends. Keep in mind, let's draw some parallels. They're not perfect parallels and analogies, and I get that, but there are some between the action against Iran. It was a one-off. It was a massive blow with tremendous apparent results, okay? And that helped Trump politically. That was well received politically. I think if there's some sort of similar action in Venezuela that is very, very limited, especially in duration, it won't hurt President Trump hardly at all. In fact, I can make the argument if it goes well, it could help him politically. Americans don't care that much about foreign policy, but when we like it when we have successes overseas. The other end of the spectrum there is, though, if for whatever reason we end up getting bogged down in some type of military action in Venezuela, that would be received extraordinarily poorly. It's hard to exaggerate how poorly that would be received. I think right now the polling data would suggest that only like 20% of Americans would actually support a sustained military action in Venezuela, if that high. Donald Trump is not usually on the wrong side of 80-20 political issues. So I don't see him getting involved in something long term. But if that is what happens, that will reflect very badly upon him personally, and also weigh many of the Republicans down as they go into the midterm elections later in 2026, because they either have to choose to be going with a very unpopular president on that issue or against a very popular president on other issues. And that's not a fun place to be when you're running for re-election.
So your prediction would be, you don't think he's going to go for a sustained military campaign in Venezuela. Do you think a surgical, quick, clean strike would be a more likely line of action?
Much more likely. I think the chances of doing nothing are probably about 10%. I think the chances of doing something long-term with soldiers engaged on the ground is probably less than 5%, and the other 85% then would be a limited sort of surgical type of effort.
Okay, and I mean, what is it that President Trump is so upset about with regards to Venezuela? Is it the narcotics, or is it the immigration dimension? What do you think it is that's really made President Trump so incandescent with regards to President Maduro?
It's probably a little bit of both. The drugs is serious. It is. I mean, they inflate the numbers, of course, in terms of the number of deaths that they've prevented with their military action up to now. They try to claim that, they've killed enough drug runners to save X number of American lives, but not nearly that many people died from fentanyl drugs overdoses in the United States in the last couple of years. So there's a little bit of hyperbole in there, but don't let that distract you from the fact that Trump really does care about the drug flow and really does care about immigration. I don't think that's the only difference, though, here, Tom, because that existed in 2019 when I was the chief of staff. Both of those conditions did. The Venezuelans were running drugs, and they were encouraging the illegal immigration on our southern border. That hasn't changed. What's changed is Marco Rubio, an aggressive anti-communist, as you would expect a Cuban American to be, taking the role of the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. Again, I'll come back to the same thing we started off with, which is what surprises me is that John Bolton was just as eager to do something kinetic in Venezuela as it appears that Marco Rubio is. So again, I'm not sure what's changed, but clearly we're looking at a possibly different course of action than we took 5 years ago.
I mean, if you asked Nicolas Maduro what the main interest was that President Trump had in his country, he would probably point to the estimated 300 billion barrels of oil that Venezuela sits on, a fifth of the world's oil reserves. I mean, is oil a factor here?
I would think so. I mean, Trump has several times, suggested that foreign policy under the Obama administration should have focused on, taking more oil out of the Middle East. So is that maybe floating through Trump's head? Probably. Now, I don't know what form that would take. Again, I can't imagine it would be an invasion with an American takeover of the oil fields. But there may be some calculation here that dealing with the next Venezuelan government might be more beneficial to America when it comes to getting Venezuelan oil. Certainly, that would be part of the calculation. But I don't see it as sort of a precursor towards an invasion.
Just lastly, I want to circle back to Ukraine very briefly, because we've got a bit more information than we did at the start of the conversation about what's being discussed in Brussels at that NATO gathering. We've heard Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, saying in the last hour or so, NATO is a defensive alliance. We will remain a defensive alliance, but make no mistake, we're ready and willing to do what it takes to protect our 1 billion people and secure our territory. I mean, this comes the day after President Putin said the Europeans wanted war and that Russia was ready for war. I mean, what do you make of this? Are we looking at a serious escalation here?
I don't know if you're looking at a serious escalation, but certainly the rhetoric is a lot hotter than it has been recently. I think and I have this conversation with a lot of my American friends, it is important to note that Ukraine is not a NATO country. I get it's important. I'm not trying to diminish that. And the domino theories, I get all of that. I'm as aware of that as everybody else is. But Ukraine is not a NATO country, and we should not treat it the same as we would a signatory to the treaty. But yeah, to your point, that is a much higher level of rhetoric. If anything, I'm glad to see that the European nations took Donald Trump's chastisement to heart several years ago when he encouraged them to increase their defense spending, because this seemed to be the way the world was going with a Putin-led Russia anyway. So, look, I'm not too worried about a dramatic military escalation yet. But certainly, increases of inflammatory rhetoric often do presage such developments.
OK, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Mick Mulvaney, former Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to William Alberg, who is the former director of NATO's Arms Controls, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. As we speak, NATO foreign ministers have been gathering in Brussels. They're holding talks there the day after that famous set of talks in Moscow that doesn't seem to have yielded a result. Interestingly, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio isn't there in Brussels. Is that significant?
It's at least unusual. The NATO is famous for actually moving the dates of foreign and defense ministerials in order to accommodate any potential U.S. absence, the U.S. being such an important member of the alliance. The last time I could find that this happened was back in 2003. I think it was in June 10 to 12 when Secretary Powell could not make it because of the Gulf War. And even in 2017, under Rex Tillerson, he had indicated he wasn't going to make it to an April 2017 meeting, and so they moved it to March just to accommodate him. So it's unusual. I don't think it's necessarily a signal. I think based on everything else that's happening today, it makes a little bit of sense for Rubio to want to be flexible. But still, it's not something that happens very frequently at all.
Knowing NATO as you do, and knowing what's been happening in the last few days, what do you suppose the mood is like in that room in Brussels?
I suppose the mood is very dark. I think they're really watching very closely as the U.S. negotiates with Russia in Moscow. It's a little bit disheartening because the European position, which was in solidarity with the United States, was nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine in the room. So to see Jared Kushner and Witkoff in a room with Vladimir Putin without Ukraine at the table is disappointing. I would also say there's a little tinge of optimism because they have managed, I think, to reshape the initial draft that we saw of the Russian proposal into something a little bit more acceptable. And I think the lack of a big signature, meeting at the end of it, the announcement of some big breakthrough, leaves everyone a little bit cautiously optimistic that perhaps Putin is up to his old tricks.
Right. I mean, President Putin said that document in its current form, this fine-tuned, as President Trump put it, a version of that original 28-point plan, President Putin said it could be the basis for future agreements. I mean, as you say, there is some cause for some optimism. He hasn't written it off outright. But you could also argue that he's playing for time here, isn't he?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, why did this proposal emerge right now? Clearly, Russia wanted to leak the proposal in its maximalist form to put Russia under Ukraine under pressure, but also, I think, to distract from a U.S. Senate effort to impose even stricter sanctions on Russia. You'll recall the last time we really saw a push for peace was when Trump threatened secondary sanctions on Russia's trading partners. So I think that plus the EU, the European Union's effort to confiscate Russian seized funds also gave Russia an impetus to do this, to kick these two proposals into the long grass and to, advance on the battlefield with no real intention of accepting anything other than an absolute maximalist position that I think Putin knew Ukraine would never accept. But maybe he hoped that the United States would be willing to put Zelensky under enough pressure to accept it. In this regard, I think the European pushback on this has been very well designed and timed, and I think we're back sort of like to square one at this point. But again, we'll see. More could come out over the next day or so about what the meeting is and what the next steps are.
Yeah, I mean, a number of European countries have expressed some disquiet about the fact that they believe they have been sidelined by President Trump's efforts. And I just want to ask you why you think President Trump would want to sideline the Europeans.
I mean, let me give the most generous interpretation that he really does believe that he can make a breakthrough here, that he really can, if he just puts things in the right way, find a path towards peace. And so I think in that regard, having many, many voices at the table is not the most efficient negotiating mechanism. So I can understand, given, again, the most generous interpretation, why he would do that. And the most cynical interpretation, obviously, he wants to keep them out because ultimately Ukraine, no matter what happens next, is a European issue with global consequences, of course, but it's in their neighborhood. So they're going to want a better deal than I think the United States would be willing to fight for. And ultimately, any peacekeeping force is going to have to come from Europe. So, he wants to keep complicating factors out of the room, basically, in order to have carte blanche to come to an agreement as he sees fit. But again, I think every time he's done this with Putin, he's run into that brick wall of Putin not wanting to stop at all and doing this more for cynical reasons rather than actual genuine moves for peace. So on the one hand, I understand why you would want Europe out of the room for efficiency's sake, but ultimately Europe is going to have to be heard. And I think they've been very effective behind the scenes at working with Trump and his team to try to push back a little bit. And again, maybe that's why Rubio is closer to the president right now rather than in Moscow or in Brussels.
Do you think there are divisions in President Trump's inner sanctum on what the right way to proceed is on this particular issue?
Oh, I think it's absolutely true. I think the J.D. Vance and Hegseth part of the cabinet very much, and Tulsi Gabbard and all those folks, want to wash their hands of this particular conflict. I presume they're very excited about going to war with Venezuela now, I guess. I suppose that's what's happening. And so the appetite for Europe and for Ukraine is very, very low. And I think Rubio has been playing a much smarter game, trying to make sure that if the president engages, he does listen to other people. He listens to Zelensky and he listens to the Europeans. So I think Rubio, has a longer-term view of European allies and U.S. interests in Ukraine and some suspicion of Russia. And again, Hegseth and Vance are just willing to throw European and Ukrainian interest under the bus for the sake of, what they perceive as the base's desire to disentangle.
Do you think there are some allies of the United States that are trying to persuade the United States, persuade President Trump of a new approach, perhaps? I mean, looking at the situation on the battlefield right now, Russia has the upper hand, and I think everyone agrees that, they're not making lightning speed advances, but they are making advances. And I'm wondering whether perhaps that is affecting the dynamic of the negotiations. But were that to change, and were Ukraine to be given more equipment, more material to be able to somehow reverse those gains and reverse the fortunes on the battlefield, whether perhaps that would change the nature and the mood of the next set of negotiations, which perhaps won't be for a little while?
Look, if this negotiation really comes to nothing, I think the Europeans will have a clear path to convince Trump, as you said, to change his approach. Because, as I mentioned before, the United States has been most effective in terms of bringing Russia to the table when it threatens something that Russia really cares about, for instance, its access to trading partners. So I think it should be pretty easy to convince Trump that a maximum pressure approach is wise. It's a phrase he's used before. It's something that he's taken credit for before. And you've seen in other negotiations, very difficult ones that he's been involved in, he's been willing to turn on the party that you most thought that he would be backing in order to get to an agreement towards peace. So I do think it is possible, and it should be possible, for the Europeans to convince Trump to put maximum pressure on Russia, not just to threaten it, but to do it, to actually start sanctioning secondary trading partners like India for taking Russian oil. And I think if that really happens, and if he helps the EU confiscate Russian assets and makes new moves from the United States point of view to put Russia under pressure and to, as you said, supply Ukraine with more equipment, then I think you could see Putin's point of view change very, very rapidly, and him be willing to accept a much more a peace that's much more stable and much more in the interests of long-term stability and the Europeans.
Right, and we don't know how many people have died in this war, but the US estimates are that 1.2 million men have either been killed or injured in this war. We can assume that a large number of those are Russian. But, I mean, can President Putin really keep this war going with losses like that, with round after round of sanctions? I mean, isn't he feeling that perhaps the time is coming, we're getting to a stage where this war does have to come to a conclusion?
I wish I could say yes. I don't think so. I think his appetite for losses, his willingness to accept casualties is truly astonishing. And I mean, no one could have predicted this. In Afghanistan, the Soviets lost a fraction of the number of soldiers that they've lost in this conflict. And it created a widespread movement against the government. The mothers and wives of the Afghan veterans was a huge force in bringing about change in Moscow. So the fact that they've lost, an order of magnitude more soldiers, and yet they still are hitting their conscription targets. The fact that he's put his entire economy on a wartime footing, the fact that they're actually increasing missile production. I don't think we can underestimate Putin's appetite for casualties. At the same time, I don't want to throw out the notion that peace could happen very, very quickly, even if it were on terms that were friendly to Ukraine, and Putin would portray it as victory. We have to remember he is a dictator in total control of everything the Russians see and hear, and he would have no problem at flipping his base and making them say that whatever peace deal he came to right now would be in Russia's interest in a total victory. So on the one hand, I think Putin will continue the fight because he has the resources to continue without additional U.S. sanctions, without additional EU action. He can continue this fight for quite some time. At the same time, he could stop it tomorrow if he really wanted to. And so it's a matter of shifting him from the status quo position of incremental gains on the battlefield and the continued slaughter of Ukrainian civilians to, negotiating on the basis of a long-term stable peace like the Europeans have been pushing for, with Ukraine firmly embedded in Western political and military structures to prevent this from ever happening again, and still call it victory. And he could still say, maybe Zelensky holds elections and someone else wins, and he says, see, I denazified Ukraine, everything's good, we won. So we'll see what happens next. It's a really tough situation, and I wouldn't want to be in Zelensky's shoes. It's such a difficult position he's in, and the internal pressure that's happening in Ukraine right now, and watching all of these negotiations powerless from the sidelines while his people are suffering. It's a really tough position, but I think he should hold firm here. And again, we'll see what happens over the next few days about these talks that happen in Moscow.
And just lastly, we heard yesterday President Putin saying words to the effect that the Europeans aren't serious about peace and that Russia is ready for war, he said. And I'm wondering how that will have gone down with the foreign ministers gathered in Brussels. And an extension of that point, he sounds like he's really trying to drive a wedge here between the Europeans and the Americans. And, some might argue he's having some success.
I think you're absolutely right that he is trying to drive a wedge. And quite frankly, it's remarkable how little daylight there has been over the entirety of the past 12 years, say, between Europe and the United States, that Putin has continually disappointed Trump in his talks. And I think that will continue. But yes, he certainly wants to divide Europe and the United States. This is a long-term Putin goal. This is a long-term Soviet goal. It goes back 70 years trying to separate the United States from European security because Putin knows he can intimidate and threaten and maybe even conquer Europe, as the Soviets always threatened to do in a conflict if the United States doesn't intervene. So that wedge is very important to Putin. But so far, I think the allies, especially here in the second term, have really learned how to work behind the scenes to help Trump to try to achieve his goals without throwing them under the bus. And so the division is not as big as I expected. And again, depending on how these talks, how the fallout goes, we could see actually the U.S. and European viewpoints align on Ukraine. That's what I'm hoping for anyway.
OK, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate it. William Alberg, always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to the programme. All eyes on the United States. As ever, it is Thursday, so we take a look at all the top headline news stories in the United States. We're going to begin with Venezuela, because tensions are simmering between Washington and Caracas. President Donald Trump has threatened land strikes against what he calls Venezuelan drug cartels, all part of his war on drugs. Well, while he weighs those options, the US is under pressure to answer for a sea strike back in September, which has drawn bipartisan scrutiny in Congress. A top US Navy admiral ordered a second strike on an alleged Venezuelan drug boat, killing 2 people who'd survived the first hit. So the question now is, was that double-tap strike necessary and was it legal? Well, President Trump is facing mounting calls to release a video of the second strike. He says he has no problem doing so. Well, President Trump is locking horns with President Maduro for 2 main reasons. Firstly, he accuses the Venezuelan leader of running a major drug cartel. Secondly, he blames Maduro for the surge in Venezuelan migrants, alleging that he is emptying prisons and insane asylums and sending inmates to the United States. Well, President Maduro denies both claims, saying that President Trump is really after Venezuela's oil reserves. Well, I'm joined today by Angie Wong, a Republican strategist from Florida and a regular on our programme. Great to have you with us, Angie. We're also joined today by Joel Rubin, who's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under the former US President Barack Obama. Joel, great to have you with us again as well, because we've spoken before a couple of times. I want to start by talking about what's been happening in the waters around Venezuela. We've had 21 strikes on suspected drug shipments since the 2nd of September. More than 80 people have been killed. Let me ask you, Angie, first of all, what's your understanding of what President Trump is trying to achieve with regards to Venezuela?
Well, certainly after President Trump had a phone call with Maduro, he sent 11 U.S. ships to surround Venezuela, as well as closing down their airspace. A lot of it is posturing because Trump wants Maduro out. And Maduro is just hanging around. At the moment, he's a sitting duck. It looks as if Vladimir Putin, as well as Xi Jinping, has completely left Maduro to hang dry on his own, even though both countries have great interests and business interests in Venezuela. But at the moment, Trump is posturing. He's saying this is what the American military can do. I'm giving you a window to get out with your families and your loved ones to find safer havens, but you only have a small window. Let's see if Maduro takes it. I think he might. But then again, Maduro's making weird social media videos of him driving around, Caracas and just, partying with his friends. It's a very strange kind of response to President Trump.
Right, and a couple of defiant rallies as well have been taking place there in Caracas. Joel, let me turn to you, and picking up on what Angie's saying there. I mean, is Maduro looking vulnerable? And let's not forget, he sits atop possibly the world's largest oil reserves, 300 billion barrels worth of the stuff.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. And you'll hear me agree with Angie that President Trump is looking for regime change in Venezuela, but that's about all that we'll likely agree on. This would be an unauthorized military invasion of a sovereign state without any congressional approval, without any casus belli, no War Powers Act being invoked either to justify an invasion. And instead, we're sort of doing this secondary strike set against boats in the Caribbean. Now, they're allegedly narco traffickers. First of all, just because they're narco traffickers doesn't mean that we can blow them out of the water. We have rules of the sea, laws of the sea, where we can interdict. But we don't really know. And in fact, some studies say that about a quarter of those boats are likely civilian only, meaning that we've already killed 20 or so individuals who have nothing to do with drug trafficking. And so we're now watching it melt down in Congress. Both sides of the aisle are very upset about what the strikes are creating, and also are worried about possible war crimes violations by the Pentagon in recent strikes in September, where apparently survivors of one strike were then killed in deep violation of the laws of war.
Right, Angie, let's pick up on that. I mean, as Joel says, a lot of the debate at the moment is about whether or not the US military broke the law with that double tap on the suspected vessel in the Caribbean. I mean, what's your thinking here? Was that vulnerable? And is Pete Hegseth looking a bit vulnerable here?
I'm not sure. I mean, all of the military operations went through military and civilian lawyers first, and that is what the Department of War has put out as a statement. Now, I don't know of any operation that only strikes with one missile. So if multiple missiles fire, is that going against international law? I never heard of anything like that. So I think all of that could be litigated. It's been done. And it seems more and more likely to me that the Trump administration is just going to go ahead and do this and then worry about the consequences later. And that's and certainly
under what authorization, though? I have to ask you. I have to ask you, I mean, under what authorization? You know, I served in the Congress as a staffer, and I worked with the Hill extensively at the State Department. And you have to have rules of the road. There is no legal authorization for striking and killing ships at sea and then invading Venezuela proactively without there having been any kind of military engagement prior. What is the rationale? And I don't think the American people, and I don't think President Trump's MAGA base are very interested in a regime change war, which is what they're getting right now.
Angie?
Well, I think there is some interest there. And again, I think the drug boats, the cocaine boats, we're calling them, I think that's just secondary. That's a nice narrative to sell to everyone to gain public support. But the reality is Trump is trying to cut off the oil pipeline that is financing a lot of the world's conflicts right now. We know that. And we know that many of the world's conflicts and wars also is somehow embedded within the Venezuelan regime. So there has been a lot of support, especially amongst the MAGA crowd, to get rid of this guy. Now, Congress is stepping in, and I'm sure everyone's going to be asking questions, and we'll get it done right. But right now, there's been many
I don't believe that
set
at
off
all.
even by Obama.
I don't think that's
Joel, let me put this to you. Let me put this to you, Joel.
It won't just be done right. This needs to be done right now.
Right, but I think you're both going to agree that, I don't think either side of the aisle particularly likes President Nicolas Maduro, but what Joel seems to have issue with is the methods, how we're going to get to the point that Maduro is no longer the president. Is that what you're saying, Joel?
I have deep concerns about Maduro, and for many years have been outspoken in criticizing him and his violations of human rights. The Venezuelan people have suffered inordinately, but you don't just launch a war preemptively based upon a false predicate because you want to. There has to be American support behind it. The American people aren't looking to get into new wars of choice. And I think that President Trump is trying to drag us in that direction. I think that there's no explanation to the American people as to why we should spend our money, our military hardware, and potentially our service members' lives on this conflict.
Okay, Angie, I mean, does it look to you like we're on the brink of war? The world's largest aircraft carrier is hovering around in that part of the world. Does it look like, is this posturing, or are we on the brink of a war? What do you think?
I mean, it's posturing, and it's certainly a precursor. When you shut down airspace in Venezuela and around Venezuela, then you're basically giving notice to airmen to this might be a combat zone, and things may happen. Now, I don't believe it's going to escalate that much, but then again, even President Trump on Air Force One the other day said, "Well, let's see what happens here." But there is a good reason for going into Venezuela, and that's for national security. And I think that is well justified with the drug trade and with other things, and that will be explained further with President Trump. I don't want to put words in the administration's mouth, but I think that is a great reason to go in, is because so much of that drug trade comes in through my town in Miami and goes up the I-95 and spreads around the country. So I think these are all good reasonings.
Okay, Joel, quick wrap up on this one.
Sell it to Congress.
All right.
Sell it to Congress and get it approved.
All right, Joel, I'm going to give you the first word on the next topic because we're talking about a new war that might be starting. Let's talk about an old war that doesn't seem to end. And I want to ask you whether you're surprised that Steve Witkoff left Moscow earlier in the week without a deal.
Yeah, I support the diplomacy. I think that we have to have a diplomatic end, and I applaud President Trump's team for trying to find a diplomatic way out of this nightmare. The problem is that they don't have the tools that they need to really force Vladimir Putin to accept the fact that he has to end his invasion of Ukraine. And in fact, now we're hearing that Putin is saying he wants all of Donbass and he'll get it either through military action or some other way, meaning diplomacy. And that means getting territory that he currently doesn't control. So Steve Witkoff needs to bring a little more, a stronger hand to the negotiating table, have Europe behind him rather than wondering what he's negotiating, have more military support to Ukraine, support, for example, the president should support extra sanctions on Russia that have almost 90 senators signing onto them already, waiting for those to be passed. There's a lot more tools that we're just not using, and therefore Witkoff comes in with a weak hand at the negotiating table.
Okay, Angie, compromises have not been found. That was the message that came out of Moscow. I mean, do you get a sense that some progress has been made overall?
I'm not really certain. This is round 3, I believe, just from the second Trump administration, where they're trying to bring both Putin and Zelensky to the negotiating table. We're seeing rounds and rounds of this. I'm not sure even if the Trump administration can break this deadlock. Certainly, there's a lot of agreement on the Ukraine side. We thought there was at least some pathway to ending this war with Putin, but we don't really know if we're any closer today. And how long have we been reporting this story, Tom? For several months now. And what we see is, Putin kind of saying, yeah, okay, I'll think about it. And then nothing happens, right? So what's it really, really going to take? And what does Putin actually want? Does he just want Donbass? Does he want the entire southeast region? Does he want the entire, bit of Ukraine? We don't really know. And I think until we actually know what the end game is, right now, Putin's kind of waiting around until maybe the next administration. We don't know, but he's just giving us a lot of words that kind of calms down the Trump administration so they don't, act further military.
Yeah, I agree with Angie. Now, look, we do know what he wants, and he's sort of playing us for fools right now and not taking President Trump seriously. And every time President Trump gets close to taking stronger action on sanctions, for example, Putin calls and calms everybody down. Then the action doesn't happen. And so, yeah, I agree. I think he's playing for time. I think he can keep doing this for 3, 5, 10 more years if he wants to.
Right, and he's got the upper hand on the battlefield at the moment. Just to both of you, really, because I'm curious to know how much of a top news story this is in the United States. Because, outside the United States, it's a huge story. It's on all the international news channels all the time. What about in America? Do people talk about Ukraine day and night, Angie?
Yeah, it's certainly at the top of the news hour on most nights. We just expect movement, but what we're seeing is just a lot of meetings happening, a lot of delegations coming here to Florida, and a lot of just meetings and things like that, but no real movement. And I think we really do need to get Putin to the table and have some sort of real negotiations. The U.S. can only do so much. We can facilitate, we can represent both parties if they wanted to, but it really has to come down to these two leaders. And having them agree on something. Again, we could be the facilitators. We certainly, after seeing some of the news stories coming out here, we do want to do a deal. There's going to be a lot of redevelopment deals happening in Ukraine. And, I'm sure Witkoff wants a part of that. And I'm sure the Trump administration and the family even wants a piece of that as well. But we're not any closer. And it doesn't, we talk about 19-point plans and this, that, and the other. It just never really seems to stick.
OK, let's move on to our next topic. Both of you, let's listen to what President Trump's been saying. He's made it clear that he doesn't want Somali immigrants in the United States, telling reporters that people from Somalia should go back to where they come from. And he called the Somali American Congresswoman Ilhan Omar garbage. Let's take a listen to what he said.
But when I watch what is happening in Minnesota, Somalians ripped off that state for billions of dollars, billions. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. Their country stinks. And we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain.
OK, Joel, I don't know if you could hear all the audio there. What do you make of this, and why do you think Somalia and Somali people are all of a sudden on President Trump's radar?
Well, it's because they're black. And because they're African immigrants, a community that has always been in his gun sight, so to speak. Look, those were hateful, racist words. Today, Somalis. Tomorrow, the other day was Mexicans. It was Haitians during the campaign. It could be Jews. I'm a Jewish American. The hate target doesn't really stop. And it's the kind of language that we should not have our elected leaders be using ever. And I think that there is, and one nugget of substance of concern, there's a corruption scandal in Minnesota that largely came out of Somali American and Somali entities, people, individuals. They're being prosecuted. It's horrible. But it's not as if these are the only people in the United States committing crimes. Every single time a crime is committed by someone, should we blast their entire ethnic group and call them racist names and garbage and they should leave? No, we should not. And I just really wish that the president would stick to the facts rather than just attack people incessantly like he did at that meeting.
Right, and there's been some reaction, hasn't there, to this? I mean, people calling this kind of rhetoric dangerous, reckless, some of the words doing the rounds. I mean, Angie, what do you make of this?
Well, I think the leftist media is making it a racist thing. I don't see this as a race, skin color, even an economic issue.
Calling people garbage is acceptable? Really? You're okay with that?
No, I don't think he's a racist. And look, I support.
Do you think that someone should call? Do you think an elected? I'm sorry, no. As an American Jew, I know the Holocaust history very well, and I know how Jews were described in the 1930s in Nazi Germany as garbage and as rats and other dehumanizing terms. That is not acceptable. Okay. Do you believe that we should use dehumanizing terms?
Angie?
Look, I know President Trump and myself were both from Queens, New York, which is the melting pot of the United States. In my own classroom, we have 46 different languages being spoken.
My grandmother was from Queens. My grandmother was from Queens. She wasn't a racist.
I do think
she was from Queens. Just because you're from Queens doesn't mean you're a racist.
Okay, let Angie make a point. Let Angie make a point.
Look, I think that if billions of dollars through fraud was used under Tim Walz's watch, I think that should be investigated. And
That's
it doesn't
legitimate.
matter who's. Oh, it doesn't matter who the community is. I don't care what your last name is. It doesn't matter. There was fraud that was possibly committed, and it should be investigated. And I agree with you. I think there should have been some choice words by the president. He's almost 80 years old. He doesn't care about being politically correct. He never has been. And I think that's what we want. That's what the American people elected last year. We want someone who's just
that's not what the American people want.
The
they don't want their leaders calling other people garbage. They don't want people being called
listen,
garbage.
We're in politics. We've been called way worse than garbage, right? So if you can't take it, you got to grow some Teflon skin here. Garbage is like the least
that's different between politicians and Ilhan Omar versus a community of people who live in the part of the country.
All right, let's just move on to our next topic, because we haven't got much time left. We've only got 2 or 3 minutes, and I wanted to get on to this because Angie brought up President Trump's age just there. He's pushing 80, isn't he? And he has looked a little bit sleepy in a couple of meetings. Well, that's what's been reported in the press, appearing to doze off, some have said. But we're told he is in excellent overall health. He's had an MRI. Joel, what do we know?
Well, we don't know anything really. I've had MRIs. I'm sure many Americans have. And I knew where the MRI was focused, on my back, for instance. The president, when asked, said he didn't really know what it was about, what it was for. So he's clearly not interested in sharing that information with the American people. And I think that we should all wonder about his health. Personally, I don't complain about him dozing at a cabinet meeting. A lot of those are snore fest. Look at it. But nonetheless, he really needs to be clear about his health. He made it a big issue about Joe Biden in the last election. He should live up to the standards he set.
Andrew, are we getting full transparency on President Trump's health?
I think President Trump, since he's gotten into office in January, has been doing a marathon every single day. We've seen more movement geopolitically and domestically in the last 11 months than we've seen in the last 11 years. So this guy, he's been running. He might be a little bit run down. It's the end of the year. I think he's getting up there in age. Let him do what he needs to do. Let his deputies do what they need to do. And if he has to take a break, let him take a break. But honestly, this guy is a machine. He is not going to stop. And even with his health, I mean, his doctor had put out a clean bill of health the other day. Concern for the president's health only because he's working.
Okay, we have a little bit of an audio issue there, but it's well timed because we're out of time. And it certainly has, Angie, been a very busy year for President Trump. Plenty happening. So you had the last word, although we didn't quite hear it. Angie Wong, Republican strategist, thank you very much indeed to you. And thanks as well to Joel Rubin. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, turning our attention to the Middle East. The United States has opened up a new 50-acre consulate in Erbil, which is the capital of Iraq's autonomous Kurdistan region. Or officials say the new facility is a visible sign of America's long-term partnership with both Iraq and the Kurdish region. Well, we're joined now by Hoshea Zebari, who is an Iraqi Kurdish politician who served as Deputy Prime Minister, former Foreign Minister and former Minister of Finance. Mr. Zebari, thank you very much for joining us on Arabiya English. I would like to start by asking you about a story.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you. There's a story that's caused quite a lot of confusion in Iraq and beyond because Hezbollah and the Houthis have both found themselves on an official list of terrorist organizations. Can we be sure this was an error?
Well, Tom, thank you for having me on your program on Arabiya English. In fact, this was a big embarrassment to the government because the official Iraqi Gazette is the official document of the Iraqi government, the parliament, all the major decisions. That's a record. And this has been going on, this investigation, for years, I would say, not months. And since last November, actually, the commission that was assigned to identify or freeze the assets of the terrorist groups have made a list of names, including Hezbollah and the Houthi. And it was published publicly. And only today the government realized that there has been a mistake. But really, I think it was a political embarrassment for the government. And they tried through the Central Bank of Iraq to correct that error, as they said, to remove them again from the Gazette. But this shows really the working of the government, the caretaking government at the moment after the election, is very chaotic. And honestly, it raised many eyebrows about the efficiency of our government.
OK, Mr. Zebari, we're saying this is an administrative error. That seems to be the official line as well. But let's talk about what that error signifies, because we're talking here about two organizations, Hezbollah and the Houthis, that are real pillars of Tehran's regional influence. And it's exactly what Washington would have loved to see those two on Iraq's list of terror organizations, no doubt. What is stopping Iraq from turning the page and turning their back on Iranian influence?
Well, it shows the influence very clearly and transparently. And also the government is heavily influenced by armed militias, by PMF, by those who are aligned with them. They host their offices in Baghdad. They support them materially, financially, politically. But honestly, it shows the bias of the government looking at these groups. And I think the original government commission has done their professional work to identify or to freeze the assets of these terrorists who were involved in terrorist actions. But lately, the government realized that these should not be included in the list because of the ideological alliances with each other. So they issued an order, you see, to change the list or to remove it. By law, they have to issue another legislation to change the official Gazette record, but they did it unilaterally. So honestly, it was a mess up. It was great confusion, erratic decisions. I mean, these decisions that are published in the official Gazette has to be considered legally, politically, structurally, because the word is final. It's the law of the land after it's being published in Al-Waqaya al-Iraqiyya, or the official Iraqi events magazine. So really it shows you a great deal of confusion, unfortunately.
All right, and you're giving us the impression that you believe there is considerable Iranian involvement in Iraqi affairs. And I'd like to ask your opinion. How do you think Iraq's leadership should balance relationships with Washington on the one hand, Tehran on the other? Does it have to choose, or can it have both?
Well, first and foremost, Iraq has to act or to behave as a sovereign, independent government. And it takes Iraqi interest as a first priority, and not to look over its shoulder left or right. Yes, there is Iranian influence for historical, cultural, geographical, regional, so nobody is against undermining Iraq relations with Iran. The United States also is an effective international factor. It has a history, a legacy in Iraq, and also it is a major actor actually in the region. So how to balance your act between these two contending competitors on Iraq would depend on an independent, sovereign, nationalist Iraqi leaders that really sometimes it should act according to its own interest, not to look for excuses or to be biased to one side against the other. This is Iraq's dilemma, unfortunately, Iraq's foreign policy dilemma also, how to act as a sovereign state, an independent, credible state in the region, in the world. And on the other hand, it has so many non-state actors who are influencing the direction of its policy.
Right, and you're making it sound a bit like the case in Lebanon, where the Trump administration has made these demands.
Well, there are
leadership.
similarities.
Right.
There are similarities.
Tell us about that.
There are similarities, but the situation in Iraq is much deeper. You have one Hezbollah in Lebanon. You have dozens of Hezbollah in Iraq.
And President Trump's special envoy for Syria, Tom Burges, was in Baghdad at the weekend. I mean, he brought quite a lot of messages with him. And according to reports, one of the things he said was that there was going to be a new and imminent IDF, so Israeli operation against Hezbollah. And I'm wondering if he's telling his hosts in Baghdad that to try to change their calculations with regards to their relationship with Iran and groups like Hezbollah.
Well, there is a great deal of goodwill toward Iraqi government by the Gulf state, by the Arab countries, its neighbors, the international community, the United States, really to keep Iraq out of the regional escalations or conflict. And the Iraqi government, to its credit, I think, has done some good work recently to keep the country away from Israeli-Iranian conflict or confrontations, or not to be indulged in this regional conflict. But there are times that you have to make decisions. Where do you stand? What is the best interest of yours? The visits of Tom Burges, who is the envoy, the ambassador to Turkey, and the envoy of President Trump to Syria and Lebanon, I think was very significant to carry this message personally to the Iraqi leadership, to stay away from Hezbollah in Lebanon in terms of financing whatsoever, not to be involved in any regional escalation. If you do, then the United States has its options. It may lift its embargo or its veto on the Israelis not to attack the PMF. This is what we heard from the media personally. We were not at those meetings, but I think his message was loud and clear that Iraq should be neutral, should look after itself, should expedite its work, to form its new government after the elections and not to be involved in any foreign adventures.
Right, and Tom Barrack was very clear about that. He said that if Iraqi factions, and we can assume he's talking about groups that might be sympathetic to Hezbollah, if any of those groups in Iraq interfere in any way in supporting Hezbollah, then they will be attacked. That would mean Iraq comes under attack from the United States. How seriously do you think the administration in Baghdad takes a warning like that?
I think the administration is very serious. As you know, President Trump has this peace plan for Gaza. He has invested a great deal of work, of time, and really they don't want this process to be derailed or the focus should be turned into other issues. And Iraqi rule really should be neutral here, should not be engaged or involved for further escalation. I think the timing of his visit, don't forget that President Trump has a special envoy now to Iraq, Mark Savaya, who has not come yet, but to send Tom Barrack to Baghdad and to deliver this message means the issue is very serious. It depends on some hard intelligence. And there may be such moves by some uncontrolled militias, you see, to put themselves in the new fray that it's emerging.
I mean, there are so many examples from the last 12 months in the world of geopolitics that make me question why Iraq would want to maintain strong ties with Iran. Look at what happened to Bashar al-Assad in Syria. Look at what happened to Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon. Look at what happened to the Houthis. And look at the dire economic situation in Iran. And you turn on the tap in Tehran, and water might or might not come out of that tap. And I'm wondering myself, what's the attraction of staying aligned to Iran? And given the very likely issue of confronting the Trump administration, which would be a mistake, wouldn't it?
Well, really, I'm not in the government, Tom, anymore, so as an analyst, I can speak. You should ask this question to the Prime Minister or some government ministers. But I think the connection is more ideological, religious, sectarian for this association. Iran is a very important country. It's a strong neighbor of Iraq. Historically, we have a legacy of conflict, of wars, of relations. The longest border, the Shia in Iraq have close intimacy and connection. There are cultural, social connection. But Iraq should act again as an independent, sovereign country to look after the interests of its people first, and also to deal with the international community, with its neighbor, based on mutual respect, mutual interest. So really, if I couldn't answer your question, I may refer you to some government officials, you see, to speak why this reliance or dependence on Iran.
Let me ask you, Mr. Zibari, about some events a bit closer to where you are now in Erbil, because last week there was a drone attack on the Khor-Mor gas field, which is in the Kurdish region of Iraq. Who is believed to have been behind that?
Yes, that was a very, very serious attack on our infrastructure, on our gas and oil security. This was one of the largest gas fields in Iraq, and it was supplying gas for electricity for the entire region, and not only for Iraqi Kurdistan, which the government have succeeded in implementing a program of electrification of 24 hours for every household. And also it's providing electricity to Iraqi provinces, to Mosul, to Tikrit, to Diyala. So this attack on this gas field, which is run by one of the Emirati companies, was a real threat to the very existence of the development or the progress in the region. I think many people, maybe in the South or the government failures, felt jealous about this progress and they want to stop it. But it has definitely some ramification, regional, internal. The government assigned a commission to investigate by the Interior Minister, the Chief of Intelligence, the Interior Minister of Kurdistan. And I saw their report today. It was very disappointing. They failed to name the culprits, the perpetrators. They gave some general indication where these drones or rockets have come from, but they failed, in fact, to find out or to identify the perpetrators of this attack. And this is the 11th attack on that field. In fact, it wasn't the first, but it was serious because they did good homework to target the condensed storages of the gas. And we, following that, we asked our allies, the international community, the United States, to help us to provide some anti-drones, anti-rocket security system for our critical infrastructure. I hope they would respond positively because this really undermines investment, prosperity, which everybody calls for in the region nowadays. This is a direct challenge to that philosophy or policy that many countries pursue.
Okay, the United States has said it's going to open, well, it is opening a large consulate in Erbil, an enormous piece of real estate. And I'm wondering whether that provides your region with an added sense of reassurance. What are your thoughts?
I attended the opening of the consulate yesterday. There was a big ceremony, and in fact, it was very impressive. It was one of the largest consulates, not only in the region, but maybe in the world. That was a sign of U.S. commitment for security, for continued presence in the region, and the shared value between the Kurdistan region people and the United States. I think they have made an excellent investment. Over 100 million were invested in that building. But it is a testimony to the close friendship between the people of Kurdistan and the United States. So it was very emotional, to be honest with you. And we toured the compound. It was very impressive in terms of architecture, of security, of the space. And we were very pleased that this has been ongoing process of building this consulate since 2018, but it stands as a symbol of friendship.
As we bring our conversation to a conclusion, you mentioned a little earlier on President Trump's envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. One of the things he said on Twitter in the last few hours, he said Iraq could play an influential role in the region if it can shake off these unofficial powers that operate in the country. He's talking about the Iranian groups we're talking about. He says Iraq stands at a critical crossroads. And I want to ask you, Mr. Zabari, which way do you think Iraq is going to turn?
Well, I think Mark Savaya has been very straight, very honest, and expressing or representing the policy of President Trump, of the new administration. He hasn't resumed his duties yet. He has been on unofficial visits to Iraq, but we expect him to visit the country soon and to convey his messages directly to the Iraqi leaders. This is a very important development. It shows that the president himself is paying more attention to Iraq. I, as a former foreign minister, the longest-serving foreign minister, I understand that Iraq can play a far more important role in regional security and stability, and a partner with its Gulf neighbors, with its neighbor, with the international community, provided it follow a sovereign, independent, Iraqi nationalist policy toward the international community. And what Mark Savaya highlighted is really the foreign influence, the presence of non-state actors who are directing the policies, the foreign policies, who are obstructing progress. I think he has identified the core reason for Iraqi regress in playing that regional role.
Okay, and just lastly, one very quick final question I wanted to ask you. The Iraqi Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, has nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. Has that generated lots of discussion in Iraq?
Well, it has generated a great deal of discussion and criticism of Sudani. The timing couldn't have been worse for him. He's a nominee for a prime minister for a second term, and this would be used by his rivals or his competitors. How could you do that? And President Trump was the person who killed our leader, Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, or General Qasem Soleimani. So I think they will beat him with that stick for his second term. Although President Trump has an open ambition to be the Nobel Peace Prize next year, and many countries have supported him, and Iraq, as a normal country, also could have supported his bid, but I think this is played into Iraqi politics to undermine his chances.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for being so generous with your time. Hoshia Zibari.
Most welcome,
Thank
Tom.
you very much. So.
Most welcome. Most welcome. Most welcome.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to this special interview on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, today we are joined by Zander Evitz, who is one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches. He's trusted by top athletes, actors, and business leaders. And for over a decade, he's been the expert that high performers rely on for recovery, pain management, and truly effective health strategies, cutting through wellness hype and methods that actually work. Well, with the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix this weekend, plus stress, travel, and desk life taking a toll on all of us, there's no better time to learn what the world's top performers are getting right and perhaps what they're getting wrong as well. Zander, thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. I understand you are a performance osteopath. And the first question I was asking myself was, what's the difference between a performance osteopath and the more traditional sense of osteopath?
Sure. Very good question. Firstly, thank you for having me. Great to be here. I think the difference is basically that clinically an osteopath would see anybody with pain, much like a physiotherapist, but perhaps they use their hands a little bit more. And with a performance osteopath, we have a little bit more of a skill set that lends itself to a broader range of modalities, for example, strength and conditioning, for example, recovery tactics and things that you might integrate to somebody's lifestyle. And I think that lends itself to the kind of demographic that I serve, which is, high performers, people that have to be switched on, maybe more than the usual 9-to-5er. But there's definitely crossovers, and I definitely still have the same skill set. So clinically, we start off with that, and then a performance osteopath would be somebody that obviously branches out into other areas of expertise.
Okay, so you mentioned high-performance individuals. I mean, give us a couple of clues. I know you can't give us names, but the sorts of profile of client you have.
Yeah, sure. So a lot of the people that I see are kind of the top 1 or 0.1%, if you like, can range from CEOs of huge corporations that travel, constantly on the road with huge demands on their plate. And then I could be seeing actors that have roles that are very physically demanding, and they just need support with maybe some injuries or pain or just their fitness for that role. As well as those, I could also, be seeing athletes, and that could be from Formula One to football to basketball. I think my therapeutic skill set lends itself to a foot in the door with a lot of these people. So usually people come to me first with a bad shoulder, a bad back, and then the relationship evolves, and I help them kind of rebuild out of that injury into a fitness or a level of fit for purpose, as I would call it, to be able to do their job and their role at a very, very high level.
Okay, and since you mentioned Formula One, and we've got the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix upon us, I want to ask you, what's your understanding? Because I know you work with quite a lot of drivers and racing drivers involved in Formula One. Is it more about mind over matter? How strong is the mind aspect of being a good Formula One driver versus the physical aspect?
It's definitely huge. I think when you get to the top echelons of any sport, I think when you look at the field of play or on the grid, what you'll see is a lot of athletes that are very similarly posed. So their level of skill in each area required for that sport is almost very, very similar, almost the same. And those marginal gains will be in the management which I offer to people of the psychological side, the emotional side. I'm supporting people and helping also bring in other professionals that might help, with the psychology. When you talk about mind over matter, I think it's important to realize these people are really, they're under a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And that has a lot of similarities with these CEOs, with the actors. But you're right in saying it plays a huge role, because if for some reason on that day you have some kind of emotional wobble, or there's something at home that isn't quite right that day, when you get on the grid, you're slightly behind the next person. And we know that those margins, when you come to the end of the race, that's what determines win or lose. So.
Right, your focus just isn't completely there, is it? It's going to be, your mind's going to be somewhere else.
Exactly.
And your body is there, and it's, going through some pretty arduous tests. 50 kilos forced through the neck on a corner, for example. What does that actually do to a driver's body? And what can people who aren't involved in racing driving, ordinary people like me, perhaps learn from the recovery routine of a driver?
Sure, yeah. You're right in saying that the forces that are exerted upon those drivers are absolutely huge. I think it's important to understand that physically they go through a lot more than you might realise just sat still. And even slight drops in hydration can cause a drop in mental acuity in a significant way. So what the guys are doing in my role in Formula One, for example, they're monitoring and helping to optimize these different facets of health and fitness so that there isn't a drop in any of the any of those outlets of performance. So like I said, with the hydration and mental acuity, it just takes one moment of lapsed concentration, And it could be a crash, or it could be a few seconds back and therefore losing, a position in the race.
It's really interesting because you're painting the picture of a sort of hybrid between someone who works with the human body in your capacity as an osteopath and someone who works with the mind, almost like a therapist, a psychiatrist, psychotherapist, something along those lines. And I just want to ask you as well, I mean, when we look at these high performers that you're working with, you could almost call them the 0.1% of the population. Are there sort of habits that we, and I talk about people who aren't in that percentage, could learn from them in terms of recovery, in terms of routine? What lessons can we draw from them?
Definitely quite a few lessons, actually. And I'm always, I'm forward speaking and saying that, even though they are the 0.01%, you have to remember that their lifestyle is very different to ours. And in some regards, you might look at them and say, oh, well, I need to have strength, I need to have conditioning, I need to have cardiovascular health. Yes, but your demands in a day are very different to theirs. We try and support from lots of different angles, for example, nutrition, for example, the fitness side, the mental side that we're talking about. And I think that what we learn from the elite level athletes is, they're not going to put in protocols that are a waste of time. So we can start to hone in and go, okay, well, this seems important, and so does this. And recovery is huge. As you know, it's definitely a trend right now. And I think the application of those protocols for recovery, for example, they have to be carefully managed, because just saying, oh, an ice bath is good for recovery is far too broad to be a positive for most people. And if I give you the example that, a Formula One driver is probably very well rested in their off-season, but during the season, not so much because of the time zone shifts. I'm not going to be putting stressful ice baths into a routine before a race, because that's just going to waste a lot of energy and perhaps be deleterious to their performance. So I think these blanket terms that we're throwing around in this day and age of do this, do that, you have to really look at the person and their circumstances. So yes, we can learn a lot from athletes, but we also have to take context as well.
Okay, so if it's right for him, it might not be right for you or me.
Exactly.
You've got to look after yourself as well, haven't you? Because you've just been telling me before we started this interview about your punishing travel routine, lots of different time zones in there. And I'm just wondering how you manage to stay on top of your game and recover, for example, from pretty stressful, pretty exhausting journeys that you're having to do.
Sure, yeah. I mean, fortunately, I'm not the top of the chain in terms of pressure and job commitments. I'm just part of the big wheel that's going with these organisations and people that I work with. So I have the luxury of time, but I often don't have the luxury of schedule. And so I guess what I do for myself is, before a trip like the one I'm on at the moment, which is 6 or 7 cities in about 8 days, I try to improve my fitness up until the trip. And then during the trip, I'm just I'll get my recovery in where I can. I'm not trying to improve my fitness. I'm not trying to gain strength. I'm just trying to manage so that when I'm there for the client, then I'm also at my best. I think a lot of the times people think more is more. So, you think, oh, I've only got a short gap between a couple of stressful work days. I'll go in and do some sprints because I've got 10 minutes and that will give me more out of the time that I'm getting. But actually, that's just going to put you in a deeper deficit, and you'll likely perform worse the next day, and it's difficult to come out of that. So I think, definitely I look at the schedule that I have, and I try and make it so that I'm in my best kind of, fitness and health, and I'm recovered before a trip. I'm not looking after myself in the trip. I'm looking after my clients.
Okay, but have you got a sort of a hack, sort of a go-to routine or something that you do, especially perhaps to get over jet lag?
Definitely. So essentially, I usually try and wake up on a timed alarm clock. So if you go to bed, let's say at midnight, I want you to wake up within a multiple of 90 minutes, because that's your sleep cycle. And if you break that sleep cycle in half, you're in deep REM sleep. And that's going to leave you feeling groggy and not very sharp mentally the next day. So even if it's for the sake of losing 30 minutes of total sleep, I'm going to be far, sharper waking up as a multiple of 90 as I come out of that deep sleep. So that's my first thing, is before bed, I'll just set the alarm clock for a good time that is a multiple of 90 minutes. And then when I wake up, hydrate, take some electrolytes. I have some movement practices that personally I find really good. I can do it from my hotel room. Foundation training is
stretching.
Those a little bit of stretching, and I'd say be intuitive. Move around. I often use like a heart rate monitor and try and stick in that zone 2 sweet spot. So I know that I'm not overtraining and overexerting myself, but I'm going to feel nice and fresh, get lots of oxygen into my body, feel invigorated rather than exhausted. And that seems to help me wake up for the day. I think stumbling out of bed and trying to maximize sleep volume over, trying to manage that articulately is I've tried that, it doesn't work.
And you've got to eat healthily as well, haven't you? Because when you're travelling and when you're working funny hours as well, there's a tendency to eat junk because it's nearby and, it's sort of comfort food in a way. And there's all this processed food and ultra-processed food at our disposal. And I'm just wondering, the people you see regularly, your clients, people come to your clinic, do you see a link between poor nutrition and pain/inflation? Is that something can you see the pattern?
Definitely. There's definitely a link between people with, and I would just zoom out a bit and say, if somebody's eating poorly with these highly processed, foods, they're likely not paying much attention to most of their lifestyle. So there's a lot of headroom for improvement with these kind of people, and usually they've come to me because they have pain. So it's a really easy sell to start managing these other areas of their health. But nutrition, for sure, is a low-hanging fruit, as I would call it. It's something that you can, accessibly and affordably for most people, make a quick change, and within a few days you're going to see a good improvement. Ultimately, pain is definitely increased or exacerbated by a poor lifestyle and stress.
Have you got any superfoods that you are your go-to snack, for example, something that you would think people might have underestimated in terms of the power of what that food could do for you?
Sure, and I think everybody's different with this, so it's worth the trial and error. But at the moment, I'm carrying some tart cherry juice, specifically the Montmorency type of cherry. Athletes have been using it for a very long time. It's really easy to travel with because you can have different forms, or just take some concentrate juice in your fridge at home. I think that's, at the moment, the front of my mind, because it's definitely something that I'm carrying with me on these long and stressful trips.
What are some of the warning signs that people might look out for when it comes to the beginnings of burnout? What would be some of the telltale signs people could look out for?
So it's an interesting question, because I think psychologically we keep going and pushing through, and burnout usually happens because you're not aware of the the taxing schedule or the taxing job that you're putting on yourself. And I think that the main signs for me are just a general lack of motivation, because that can sometimes come before physical effects. Because you're obviously trying to carry out the tasks every day. You're not thinking of, how do I feel while I'm doing this? Poor sleep, your appetite starts to change and you start to reach for more processed foods that are quicker hits, maybe a slump in mood. But I think, definitely using these wearables that we have, that are very broadly used now, I think you can get a lot of insights to how your health is going, and it's worth, even just for heart rate, it's worth keeping track of that, just as a barometer for your day-to-day health and when to know when to push it. I think sometimes people wake up and they think, oh, it's Tuesday, that's the day I need to do my sprints and my leg presses and heavy lifts. And actually their body might be not prepared for that, and there's no point in doing that exercise. So if you find yourself in that position where you're not rested and recovered, you're not going to adapt from that workout. So maybe opt for something a little bit lighter.
I'm being told we're nearly out of time, but I want to ask you about posture quickly, because people sit at their desks all day long, like me, and I can see my posture is getting worse. I mean, it's visible on a profile. Are there any quick fixes for that?
I think the quick fix is a psychological one. If you just change your framing of how you perceive posture. First of all, we know that we've just spoken about stress being not great for pain. So somebody that's more stressed will feel more pain. If you're worrying about your posture and you have a slight ache and your day's long, but you can't stop because you've obviously got a job to do, the last thing you want to do is worry about it. And the thing with posture is it's just a moment in time. It's good that you can create these slouched positions, but I think the main thing is to have a strong posterior chain, so the muscles on the back of your body. And, when you have time and you're rested, work on strengthening that, because as the day or the week progresses, you're going to be able to uphold that posture without, exceeding what I would say is your tissue capacity. So if I could give an analogy of a marathon, at the beginning of the marathon, you're rested and strong, and you can hold good form while you're running. As the marathon goes on, maybe mile 20, fatigue is seriously set in, and you're struggling to hold good posture. And the worse it gets, the higher your risk potentially of an injury. So if you just applied that on a micro level in your day-to-day life, with a stronger back at the start of the day, you're less likely to default into a position at the end of the day because you're trained and you're prepared for that day.
Okay, and just lastly, I'm being asked to ask you the number one mistake people make when they go to the gym.
I think the number one mistake is to train too much like an athlete and not enough like somebody that is trying to train for health. And the reason I say that is because we learn a lot from people like bodybuilders. And at its roots, bodybuilding is a sport. You stand on stage and you're prepared to sacrifice your health to look great on the stage. So it's great that we learn some exercises from them, but let's just cherry pick from that and make it a bit more specific to your life. And we just spoke about your posterior chain. So I might ask you to do some deadlifts a couple times a week so that we can strengthen that and help you not fall into those bad positions at the end of the day. So I think, try to train more like a healthy person rather than an athlete. These athletes have a very different lifestyle that we've kind of dipped into today with our discussion, but their lifestyle has lent itself so that they can perform at an optimum level for that specific task. And your specific task is not sat in a Formula One car, unfortunately.
Well, or fortunately, as the case may be.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
And the other drivers, probably.
Yeah, so definitely try to, look at your health from a holistic point. Don't try and, improve your muscle mass. We do want muscle mass. We do want cardiovascular fitness. We do want all the facets of what we can get from the gym, but we don't want to just stay railroaded in one direction and just add muscle.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you coming in to see us. Zander Evitz, one of the world's leading osteopaths and performance coaches. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start by asking you, you are here in New York for the high-level UN General Assembly week. What role do you think the United Nations has to play in the world at this time when there are so many complex issues at play?
Key role. I think it should be the institution of peace. The only problem is that it's been undermined by the 193 members that compose it. I think any time the UN is engaged in peace mediation or any international activity, we usually find a solution. But right now the world is unfortunately rather transactional. This week is important because we're looking at a lot of key conflicts, like Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, conflicts in Africa. So the UN should be engaged centrally in all of them.
But many of those things, as you admitted, are difficult to overcome. There are questions from critics about the UN's credibility in being able to handle some of those global conflicts. Do you have any suggestions for how the UN perhaps can move things forward, especially in the realm of peace?
Well, I mean, many suggestions. I remember when I was foreign minister, I think somewhere around 2011, we set up a group together with the then Turkish foreign minister, Ahmet Davutoglu, which was called the Friends of Peace Mediation. So I think we should find some new thinking in peace mediation, because right now what's happening is that a lot of peace mediation is transactional. So you just have a person nominated by whoever to negotiate the peace. But if you would have someone nominated by the United Nations, then that peace would stick. Other things, I think a lot of countries want to have more agency in the United Nations. Last year I proposed that the membership of the permanent Security Council should be doubled, because, you know, we have 5 countries there now. We have 0 from Latin America, 0 from Africa, and only 1 from Asia. And I think we need more. So it's all about basically giving especially bigger member states more ownership in the system. That could be a way of reforming the organization.
Focusing on Ukraine, in recent months we've seen you taking a very central role amongst the European leaders. Why do you feel it's important to be so central in trying to push back against Russia?
Well, I don't want to inflate my role or Finland's role, because we're very much in the back office. We try to help to interpret a situation. And then you ask the question why? Well, probably because we have a 1,340-kilometer border with Russia, and probably because we've had our skirmishes with Russia over the years, and we've also gotten along with Russia over the years. So what we try to do is to interpret a situation, and then if other European leaders are interested in our analysis, if Ukraine feels that we are useful, and if the United States feels that we're useful, then we are potentially having some influence. But again, it's a big boys game, and we just try to help.
Finland became part of NATO a couple of years ago in 2023. How have you seen things change since joining?
Well, obviously, I don't think we would have joined had not Russia attacked Ukraine. That then switched over public opinion in Finland pretty much overnight. And ever since, we've always been well prepared. We have one of the largest militaries in Europe, together with Turkey, Ukraine, and Poland. And in that sense, I think a lot of our allies see us as security providers rather than security consumers. We didn't join NATO against anyone. We joined NATO to protect ourselves and to protect our allies who share values with us. So Finland's role has changed in the sense that I think the geopolitical realities of Europe have moved up to northeastern Europe, and together with Poland and the Baltic states and others, we take care of our flank of things.
The head of the Finnish Armed Forces Strategic Department has said in the past they believe that Russia could attack within 3 to 5 years after the end of the war in Ukraine. Do you hold to that assessment?
Well, obviously, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I sit on all the relevant information, operational, strategic, and otherwise. And we, of course, look at all kinds of different scenarios. But sometimes we have to understand that we live in an age of unpeace, in an age of disorder, where there will be a lot of unknown things coming at us, and we just have to learn how to live with that. The best way to prevent war is to prepare for it, and that's what I think Finland has always done.
You said recently that you thought it was a good thing that Donald Trump, the US president, was making Europe more self-reliant. Are there any coordinated European efforts underway, I guess, to move that forward?
Well, I think inside NATO we're already doing that. So President Trump and the security situation in Europe has pushed us to increase our defense expenditure from 2% of GDP to 5%. It's pushed us to do more work on defense industry. It's pushed us to work more inside the alliance. So, for instance, in NATO, we now have a Baltic Sentry activity in the Baltic Sea because Russia cutting undersea cables. For instance, we have a Eastern Sentry operation in the air because Russia is flying drones into Polish airspace and violating Estonian airspace. So we're doing a lot of things together because of circumstance. Having said all of that, as an avid transatlanticist, I feel that it's very important that the United States stays engaged in Europe.
And staying with the theme of the United States, you've spent time with the US president recently. You've played golf together, private meetings, lots of conversations. Did you have an opportunity to change his mind or calculations on anything during those meetings and conversations?
I don't think that's necessarily the aim. I think diplomacy is based on two pillars. One is state-to-state relations, where it's about values, interests, geographic location, history and culture. And then the other one is a personal relationship. And you have to understand that coming from a country of 5.6 million people, there's always a benefit in being able to have a conversation with the president of the biggest superpower in the world. It's not so much about changing one's mind, it's about changing ideas. Some of them stick, others don't.
Those personal relationships, you say they are important. The US president prides himself on those personal relationships. How do you best manage that relationship with President Trump?
I think in diplomatic contact, it's really about human contact and emotional intelligence. I mean, you have to understand your place. When you come from a small country, you don't go around touting the magnificence of that country or telling anyone what to do. You have engaging conversations, and then you see where those conversations go. I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in the United States. I did my undergraduate work here. I have a lot of American friends. President Trump knows that I'm an avid transatlanticist, and I take the relationship from there. But again, I don't want to inflate it. I think President Trump is doing a good job in brokering peace around the world, and if we can have a conversation with him about that, I think that's good.
And in Finland's relationship with NATO, your country is very involved, very heavily focused on maritime security. Why is that so important?
Well, we try to focus on land, air and sea. But for us, maritime security is important because we are a Baltic Sea nation. And if you look at the map, we're almost like an island, even though we have a long border with Russia, a long border with Norway, and a long border with Sweden. But the truth is that all of our trade, 90% of it, goes through the Baltic Sea. If it's cut off, we're in trouble. That's why we focus a lot on things maritime. So we have a lot of know-how of the undersea infrastructure of the Baltic Sea. We have a sizable navy, which we are modernizing right now with 4 new frigates, etc., etc. So maritime is just part of our culture and part of our geography.
I want to ask about China, because in the past you have spoken about it, I guess in the same terms of Russia, as being a potential threat. Why do you think that is, and in what area?
I think for me China is very different from Russia. China is not only an up-and-coming superpower, but it is a superpower. And on top of that, it's quite often a rational, strategic and patient superpower. So it is very calculative in what it does and very systematic. Whereas Russia is a superpower in decline, which is desperately trying to grasp to what used to be, and therefore has done what I would call rather reckless and strategically mistaken moves in, for instance, attacking Ukraine. So I would see them as completely different. And I would argue that right now it seems to me that it's wiser and easier to work with China than with Russia. But of course, coming from a small country, I'm also hoping for a day where not only the war in Ukraine ends, but where we can start working on a relationship with Russia from the West, with the US, etc., etc. But the world right now is a complicated place. I fully admit that. We're seeing a change in the world balance, order and dynamics. And I think we will live with this age of uncertainty for at least 5 to 10 years.
And staying with Ukraine, there has been such a rush for peace in recent months. Where do you see things going in the near term, over the next few months? Will we get peace?
Yeah, we will, step by step. But, there's one week where I'm optimistic and another one where I'm a little bit more on the pessimistic side. I guess the self-evident thing to say is that today we're closer to peace than we were yesterday, and tomorrow we'll be yet again closer. But I do think you have to sequence things. That means that first we need a ceasefire, so basically to stop the killing. And then after that, we begin peace negotiations. I was in Kyiv a week and a half ago on Friday and Thursday and Friday. Had an opportunity to have long conversations with President Zelensky. And I know that the Ukrainians are able to sustain this war. But of course, the sooner we get it to end, the better.
You spoke about complex issues. One of the complex issues very much in the spotlight this week is the war in Gaza and the desire for Palestinian recognition from many countries. Finland has not so far recognised the state of Palestine. What played a part in the decision-making behind that?
Well, the way in which we look at it is we've always supported a two-state solution. That is engraved not only in the government's program, but also in the foreign and security policy papers that we work on. The constitution in Finland is rather clear. It is the government that proposes the recognition of a state, and it is I, as an institution, as president, who recognize it. And I know that the government is working on the modalities of how to recognize a Palestinian state. And when the time is ripe, I am sure they will give me a proposal which I will then approve. We now see an international movement of recognition, which I think is good, and Finland has been involved in negotiating, for instance, the declaration coming from Saudi Arabia and France, and also sponsoring it. So we're going one step at a time.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.